an institute of national importance. In recent years, there has been increasing acknowledgement of the important role mental health plays in achieving global developmental goals. Far too many young people are struggling with their mental health and unable to get the support they require. We all have a role in playing support in we all have a role to play in supporting youth mental health and creating a world where young people thrive. We at Buddha Psychological Center aid individuals develop resilience to cope with whatever life has to offer and grow into well-rounded, healthy adults. Let's commence this webinar with the introductory note by our organizing secretary and assistant professor at National Forensic Science University, Ms. Priyanka Samuel ma'am. I now invite ma'am to kindly take the dais.
Vice Chancellor Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas Sir, in absentia, respected Campus Director, Gandhinagar Campus, Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, respected Executive Registrar, SPS, Dr. Smitha, esteemed speakers, my dear colleagues, staff members, students, and webinar participants from all over India and different parts of the world. A very good morning and a warm welcome to everyone. It is my privilege to commence the webinar on mental health in youth. Youth is the building block of society. Healthy youth is associated with healthy future of nation. As it is said, a healthy mind is just as important as healthy body. Many individuals still are unaware about mental health issues and their right contact person for providing help regarding the same. Unfortunately, mental health care systems are still the weakest where they need to be the strongest. Field of mental health is ignored and yet requires awareness on community level. Increased awareness on youth mental health can prevent a mortality in young age due to unresolved mental health issues, provide early intervention to several emerging psychiatric disorders, and facilitate effective management by clinical experts in the field. We need to understand the mental health needs of youth for optimum utilization of their psychological resources, enhancement of personality, and providing favorable environment for their function in different domains of life. Through this webinar, we focus to discuss today the important aspects of young adults associated with healthy individual, psychological, and social functioning of a person. Our esteemed speakers will be sharing their experience and knowledge about youth mental health in 3 different sessions. First session will include relationship and emotional concerns in youth. Second will elaborate upon academic well-being in youth. And third will be about addictions in youth. After each session, participants will be given opportunity to ask questions to the clinical experts in the panel. Now, I would invite Dean SPS, Dr. Smitha Pandey, for the webinar. Over to you.
Thank you, Priyanka, for giving this brief introduction about the webinar. Actually, we have chosen this population of youth basically because youth are the tomorrow's future. They are basically trying to build the nation in our country, and they are the major contributors. So they must be stress free, and they must be uh, very much in their good mental health so that they can contribute. Their well-being is very much necessary. So we have thought of this, and youth has got different set of problems than other age groups. So they have to face exams, then they have to go for interviews, then they have to face family issues, generation gap is there, then they have other problems with their peer group, relationship issues are there. They have issues with their parents sometimes elders, sometimes authorities. So how to deal with that effectively? We have planned it in that manner so that it can give our best solutions to that. So basically, we are a group of clinical psychologists who are trained and who have a lot of experience in clinical psychology, which deals with the mental health problems. And these problems are in today's world, it is very much necessary to deal with them effectively so that one cannot be difficult in dealing with their stresses. So we have included that, and Buddha Psychological Center has the basic amenities for IQ assessment, LD assessment, learning disability assessments, then personality assessments like both objective tests and projective tests like Rorschach and TAT, and objective tests like 16PF, then NEO-FFI personality questionnaires. Then we have got other clinical scales like MMPI scales, MCMI scales. So we are well equipped with that equipments. And also we have got psychotherapy, modern psychotherapy facilities with fully furnished AC rooms, and privacy and confidentiality is well maintained here. So community services are given on nominal charges or sometimes free of cost for those people who are having financial challenges. So we are with this, I end my note, and thank you. You are all welcome for the webinar.
I now take the privilege to introduce our campus director, Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal. She is the founding dean of the School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, and is also presently the campus director at National Forensic Science University. She is an expert in criminal justice studies and justice education. Professor Pokhriyal graduated from MS University of Baroda with a master's degree in law and a doctorate in constitutional law. She has worked as a consultant and expert of legal studies for both the government and non-governmental organizations. The Indian Society of Criminology awarded Professor Dr. Pokhriyal the Senior Social Scientist Award for her significant contributions to the field of criminology. She was also chosen for the Business School Affairs and Devang Mehta National Education Awards Best Law Professor Award. Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal is a visiting professor at HOF University in Germany. She's written a book about artificial intelligence and the law. I request our Dean, Dr. Smitha Pandey ma'am, to kindly felicitate Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal ma'am. I would now like to invite our campus director, Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal ma'am, to kindly address our audience with her expertise and insights. Please welcome ma'am.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Sri C.D. Jadeja ji, the Executive Registrar of National Forensic Sciences University, Dean Dr. Smitha Pandey, and the webinar coordinator, Dr. Pooja, all the faculty colleagues, all the experts who are going to deliver talks in this webinar, and all the participants. At the outset, I must compliment the team of School of Behavioral Sciences and the Buddha Psychology Center for conceptualizing this webinar, which is of great need of the hour. The mental health in youth, it's a very important topic. We all have witnessed the serious mental health crisis during the global pandemic and even the post-pandemic issues that we all are facing. And everyone today is suffering from some or the other kind of a depression. I was going through the literature, as per one studies, one person in every 40 person is suffering from some or the other kind of a mental disorder. And when we talk about India, the India has come up with this Mental Health Care Act of 2017, which is replacing the earlier legislation of 1987. And India has also been the ratified, I mean, India has also ratified the International Convention of the Rights of the Persons with Disability, along with the optional protocol. And at that point in time, the government of India and all the other apparatus has been working very hard with reference to uplifting the mental health scenario of people of this country. And at this juncture, when Buddha Psychological Center has conceptualized this webinar and has organized this webinar, so my many compliments to the entire team. When we talk about the Buddha Psychological Center, it is something which we call as an institutional social responsibility, wherein we are catering to the needs of all these people around the vicinity of the universities, and even specifically we are dealing with the school children, the young children suffering from one or the other kind of a depression, anxiety, stress with the studies or with any other issues. This center is providing all kind of a support, counseling. So this is a great initiative of the School of Behavioral Sciences, and it has been going on successfully for quite a long time. So this is something, because mental health has not been accepted as a problem so far as India is concerned. Still people consider it is a taboo, is a stigma. So at that juncture, promoting the awareness of the mental health issues, because as we know, when we talk about right to life and personal liberty, so life, quality life is something which is very, very crucial. And for that quality life, mental health is one of the most important pillar. As per the World Health Organization as well, it says that the life includes the composite life of that includes the physical health, mental health, spiritual health. And at that juncture, with this kind of an webinar, which is being organized by the School of Behavioral Sciences, National Forensic Science University, is praiseworthy. I'm pretty sure that the speakers, which has been carefully chosen and invited for this webinar, they are experts in the field. And I'm being told that great number of participants have registered for this webinar. I'm sure the whole day would be going to be very fruitful and fruitful endeavor for all the participants. Take maximum use, and I invite all the other participants also to visit our Buddha Psychological Center at National Forensic Sciences University. You pay a visit and avail the services that the center is providing to all of you. And with that, I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us. It is my great honor to introduce our respectable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir. He is the founding Vice Chancellor of National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, which has been designated as Institution of National Importance by Government of India. On the occasion of 73rd Republic Day, year 2022, he received Padma Shri Award as one of the highest civilian awards for his extraordinary, distinguished and commendable services in the field of science and engineering. Honorable Padma Shri Dr. Vyas sir was instrumental in establishing National Forensic Science University's predecessor, the formerly known as Gujarat Forensic Science University, as the world's first and only forensics university. Due to his ill health, he could not be present with us today. However, we are grateful to him for being the guiding light and constant support throughout the journey of this convention. I would now like to introduce our Executive Registrar, Sri C.D. Jadeja sir. He is the first Executive Registrar of National Forensic Science University. Sir has held key positions at Nirma University and Ganpat University before joining National Forensic Science University. He began his career as an academician and researcher at IIM Ahmedabad, wherein he researched in the areas of business, policy, organizational behavior, and entrepreneurship. I now request our Dean Ma'am, Dr. Smitha Pandey, to kindly felicitate Shri C.D. Jadeja Sir.
बस सारी ध्यान रखना अपने मिरर पे ध्यान रखना फिर चढ़ना है ठीक है जब 4 रास्ते कहाँ से यूटर्न लेके वापस आना सामने वाले
We are also very fortunate to have with us Dr. S.O. Junare Sir, the Campus Director of Delhi Campus, National Forensic Science University, to bless today's event. I now request our Dean Ma'am, Dr. Smitha Pandey, to felicitate our Director, Dr. Junare Sir.
Go ahead.
We also take pride in sharing that Shri C.D. Jadeja Sir is also from psychology background. And Sir, we would like to take your blessings before we commence today's event. It is a matter of great honor that we have among us Dr. C.R. Mukundan Sir. Dr. C.R. Mukundan is a renowned neuropsychologist in India. Dr. Mukundan was also the former director of School of Behavioral Sciences and presently also associated with the university as Professor Emeritus. Sir has 35 years of teaching experience at numerous prestigious universities and institutions. Several honors from major Indian and international organizations have been bestowed upon him. Sir has been instrumental in the establishment of clinical neuropsychology services, neuropsychological laboratory at NIMHANS, an EEG system with 24 channels, a computerized cognitive training program known as brain function therapy, along with I apologize for the inconvenience caused, and I would kindly request Dr. C.G. Teja sir to kindly come forward and share his blessings with us. Sir, I would now like to invite you to share kind words. Please welcome.
uh, the event is a great success. Wish you good luck.
Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings and kind words. I would now like to take the session forward by introducing Dr. C.R. Mukundan, sir. It is a matter of great honor that we have among us Dr. C.R. Mukundan. Before we introduce him, we would like to take a break for a while, and then we will get back after the break. Thank you.
Hello, Ayushi? Hello? Hello?
Request every participant to kindly mute themselves. Thank you. We're extending the break for 10 minutes. Kindly wait. Please be with us. Thank you. It is a matter of great honor that we have among us Dr. C.R. Mukundan, sir. I would now like to invite sir to kindly take the platform.
You're on camera. Oh. Can you hear? Not yet. Good. Is it? Can you hear? Oh, yes. Hello? Hello?
So, I would now like to invite you, sir, to kindly take the platform. We're waiting to hear your kind words.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah. I wish to start with my comments that, awareness is probably one of the most important mental creations in the human being. I have been working on awareness since 8 or 9 years, when I was 8 or 9 years old. Though I didn't understand the implications of awareness. Seminars about Relation. Yeah. And whereas now when I look at it, I find that it has taken me to a different sphere, altogether different sphere, a different world. As I told you that awareness is one of the greatest mental creations, but it is mentally created. Awareness may be genuine, it may be about physical attributes of the world, or it may be purely about the functional attributes of the world. But then this is the creation made by mind and it lasts only mentally. Because man can definitely transfer such information to other physical modes and to other people, but then still its essence remains a mental creation, as mental creation. See, in awareness, the most important thing is that the person has the handling ideas and he can these ideas are about the world. It could be about any aspect of the world. It could be about science, it could be about spirituality, it could be anything. Especially the ideas about spirituality was the most important. Scientific creations came much later. Now they still remains the creations, the mental creations. But when you find that when you scientifically handle the same situation, it has a different value. Scientifically, we are in a position, or physically, we are in a values and even make the external world different. That's how we have been able to create new things all the time. But then, in terms of awareness, that remains the same. There will not be a change in the awareness part of it. Awareness definitely indeed is a very valuable mental asset. But then it may not be possible to give any further value to awareness other than its mental value. Awareness is not reality. It could be about reality, but it's not reality. And there are many, many more issues which I have written. I'll find. I would say that I would look for a different opportunity to discuss this. Yeah. I saw that when they are written to me, it's about awareness, mind to mind. Yeah. Probably awareness is probably most important for a youth because that is where the awareness, the beginning of the awareness starts. And the youth may start his own lifestyle pattern based on that awareness. So definitely it's an important thing for a youth, yes. Not only for a youth, even at a later stage, it may become important. Even for old people, awareness has become a very important issue. They find that their life has to be finally decided by their own awareness, and they try to do things according to that awareness. I would like to send that article which I am writing to you people, and because there are several issues that are taken in a very difficult manner, but then that has to be, I just cannot say it right now. Offhand, I can't say that those things right now, but that I would be happy to share them with you. Okay. I wish you all the very best and a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for imparting the words of wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Not one more sentence is written about mental health of youth. That also is written somewhere. Yeah.
Tomorrow's webinar on mental health in youth.
It doesn't matter.
Good afternoon, everyone. When dealing with people, remember you're not dealing with creatures of logic, but with creatures of emotions. To delve further on it, I, Chakshika Mangla, would like to welcome you all to the very first session of the webinar themed on relationships and emotional concerns in youth. Before we begin, just a few guidelines from our side for the smooth conduction of this webinar. I request that everyone please make sure your mic is on mute during the entire session. I also request that as we go on with our sessions for the day, please do leave any and all questions for the speakers within the chat box during their session. They will be noted by us and put forth to the speakers at the end of every session. This session will be chaired by Dr. C.R. Mukundan, presently associated with National Forensic Sciences University as Professor Emeritus, who was also the keynote speaker for this webinar. We are honored to welcome you, sir, and thank you for giving us your valuable time. Our first speaker for this webinar is Ms. Priyanka Samurai. Ms. Priyanka Samuel is an assistant professor at the School of Behavioral Sciences, National Forensic Science University, with over 9 years of experience as an RCI licensed clinical psychologist. Family and marital therapy, relational mindfulness, cognitive behavior therapy, child and adolescent problems are her areas of specialty. She has a number of publications to her credit. Ma'am will be sharing her insight on the topic self-concepts and emotions. Ma'am, I invite you to kindly enlighten us.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. I'm very sorry for the technical glitch we are having. So I'll start discussing the topic. Today I'm going to talk about self and emotions. When it comes to youth, emotions become very crucial because most of us we are concerned about emotional problems. So first of all, we'll see how emotions they are developed. Please change the slide. Yeah. So, emotions they are closely associated with self-concept. So, first there is the development of self-concept and which is associated with emotions, and how we respond to environment is closely associated with individual traits and personality. So, development of personality is associated with family environment. So, as a child grows in a family, there is development of individual traits which further give a shape of a personality of the individual. So, people develop basic personality characteristics, values, beliefs, interests, and habits by their late teens and early 20s, which is a very crucial time for young adults. Next. Okay, so here we can see a very simple model which explains about development of emotions and development of self-concept. So when a child is born in a family, family gives a concept of the person. Now there are interactions which are involved in the family, and due to responses of family members and significant others, there is development of self-concept, and a person learns to respond in a particular way according to the family environment, which is further extended to the other external environment of the individual, which gives shape of personality of the individual. Yeah, next slide. So, emotion is a complex experience of consciousness, bodily sensation, and behavior that reflects the personal significance of a thing, event, a state of affairs. So, it is not just, which we are just having a thought about. It is obviously a conscious experience. We are aware about it, and there are body sensations. We feel certain sensations in body. Some people they feel palpitation. Some people they may feel sweating, or some people they have cold flushes, hot flushes. When people experience various emotions, so emotion is a very strong feeling associated with changes in the environment. Now, as environment changes, we experience several emotions. So there is a variety of emotion which includes happiness, frustration, anger. So positive emotions as well as negative emotions are there. Like surprise is one of the emotions. Feeling anxious is another emotion. Yeah, next slide. So sometimes emotions they lead to very odd things that we say or do, and sometimes we even regret why we said a particular thing, why we behaved in a particular way. We may also get into trouble at times because of the overwhelming emotions. And schemas also develop as we experience the environment. We have a particular mindset and a schema that further lead to emotional experience in a particular environment, which may lead to cognitive distortion, which means a negative pattern of emotion, which is not realistic most of the time. So, to handle this problem of overwhelming emotions, it is important to understand the concept of emotion regulation. So, which means that individual makes certain attempts uh, to influence which emotions that they have, when they have particular kind of emotions, and how these emotions are experienced and expressed. Such efforts may be relatively automatic, controlled, conscious, or unconscious. So emotions have an impact on self as well as the environment. Of course, when we are feeling uneasy or we are upset, people around us also feel the same way. When a person is happy, the people around us also they feel the same joy and happiness. So troublesome situations they act as reminders of fundamental role emotion regulation plays in a civilized life. So, coping and emotion regulations sometimes they are overlapped. Although coping includes non-emotional actions taken to achieve non-emotional goals. Now, there are certain strategies which we can use for emotion regulation. So, because most of us we have this question that okay, we have this overwhelming emotion, but what we have to do about it? So, it's a very vast topic, but I'm going to speak, very briefly about it. So, some of the strategies I'm going to discuss today. One is cognitive reappraisal. So, cognitive reappraisal is when you try to think about a situation differently to change emotional loading. So, there is emotional loading which is associated with a particular life event. So, when you think about a situation in a different way, for example, there is a situation which makes you feel very bad. So there is, for example, a fight between two people, and there is an emotion, a very negative emotion about another person who would have said several things. So if a person has to do a reappraisal, the person can think about what could be other possible reasons for the other person to say those things which were perceived negatively. So, for example, another example I will give. So, if your teacher is scolding you, so you can, think about what could be the reason for somebody to be that upset. So, you can think about other possible reasons for the same. So that will give you another point of view. You may even try to speak to the other person and identify, is there any other reason which uh, which could have led to that kind of negative experience with the other person. So this is one technique. Another technique can be emotional suppression. So when a person is not to show emotion on the outside, which the person is feeling inside. So, for example, this is pertaining to most of the negative emotions, for example, anger, frustration. So, we have to be very careful when we are representing ourselves, or when we are a part of a social situation, or when we are talking to people who are very significant to us. So, we have to be a little careful, because what we speak, how we react, it affects the other person also. So, suppression is to control to what extent you have to exhibit a particular emotion. So, that is what emotional suppression means. So, for example, people who are not able to control anger. So, how they can control their anger? In what situations the people need to, control anger, and to what extent a person has to speak? Emotional suppression is all about that. Next slide. And when we talk about coping, now most of the problems that the youth is having is associated with poor coping to a particular situation. Now, coping refers to intentional efforts we engage to minimize the physical, psychological, or social harm of an event or situation. So, we always try to minimize the harm, and we try to protect ourselves. So, basically, many people in young age, they fail to have a healthy coping. So when we talk about coping, it's of two types. One is problem focused coping, and one is emotion focused coping. So when we talk about emotion focused coping, it involves thinking about, pacifying your emotions, or just reacting to your emotions, management of your emotion at that particular moment. So when a person indulges in that kind of coping, usually it becomes very misleading. For example, if you are having an urge to shout, and that is something that makes you feel better, so you're just acting out your emotions. You're just focusing on what is going to make you feel better, instead of thinking about what can be the solution of a particular problem. So problem focused coping is associated with thinking about uh, what can be the solution to a particular problem. So next slide. Yeah. So, when we talk about problem focused the coping, it aims at resolving the stressful situation or event, or altering the source of the stress. So, it is not something which is superficial like emotion focused coping. It is focusing on what is actual cause of that particular crisis situation. So, you deal with that particular crisis situation, and that is what is going to help a person. So there is a technique which can be used, which is called problem solving technique. So an individual can identify the problem, what is basically the problem, and what can be the possible solutions. So those solutions, one by one, if you think about it, which is the best solution, you have to go and test it, whether it is working, whether it is correct. Then if it is not correct, what can be the alternative solution? So this is what is problem focused coping strategy or problem solving technique, which can be very helpful to manage a crisis situation. Yeah. So this was all about self and emotions. Very briefly, I have shared about the concept. And further, if you have any questions, you can ask in the chat box. And as a panel, then we will answer your questions. Thank you so much.
For the enlightening session. Our next speaker is Ms. Pooja Sharma Nath. Ms. Pooja Sharma Nath is an assistant professor for MPhil Clinical Psychology program and is a RCI licensed clinical psychologist at the School of Behavioral Science, National Forensic Sciences University. She has more than 20 years of experience in the field. Child and adolescent mental health, geriatric mental health, and positive psychology are some of the areas of her interest. She'll be enlightening us on the topic youth and interpersonal relationships. Ma'am, I kindly invite you to take the dais.
Hello. A very good morning to all our enthusiastic audience out there. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes, thank you. So the topic of my presentation today is on interpersonal relationships that are faced by our youth today. Yes. So I hope my slides are also visible now. Relationships. Relationships are a very, very important part of our life. Even before we take birth, our relationship is formed. And as we grow, we form several relationships, and all these relationships are very, very important. So, why these relationships are important? It has also been found that they make our life worth living. We get strength, we get guidance, love, feeling of being significant, and support from a different relationship that we enjoy in the life. And they have also found to be the top reasons for giving happiness and making our life meaningful. Now, when we try to understand the relationship in the context of youth, it is worth understanding that youth are the people who are between the age of 15 to 24 years. And India being considered to be a very young country at this moment. In fact, India's population, the youth population, is more greater than the countries like China and Japan. So we can understand the significance of the mental health of our youth population and how a positive youth development would also lead to a development of a better society. Now, further understanding the youth, what is this phase and what people go through during this time? Youth is a very transitional phase, a phase which is leaving the dependency on the parents and the families that they have enjoyed, and now they are moving towards more independence. Neither they have left the dependency completely, nor they have gained the independence. And this is the time when their identity is also still forming based upon the experiences that they had during their childhood, their adolescent, the culture, the society in which they are being raised, and the newer experiences that is taking place in their world. This is the time when they venture out of the protection of their family, and now they have to face the newer challenges, the difficulties, the problems that come, some which they can take help, some which they need to now solve by themselves. So, facing this outside world, which is definitely not so kind like their family members always, but and bringing about lot of challenges, bringing about problems that they need to resolve, which are also related to the different relationships that they are into at this point of time. And this also brings about a lot of discomfort and anxieties among the today's youth. And in attempt to figure out the things, resolving these problems, um, they may at times not able to deal with it and may come to frustration, and this may lead to a lot of distress. So that is the reason why we need to focus on the mental health of today's youth, because they are also going through a lot of challenging times. Now, coming to some of the common issues that we have seen in our practice among the youth, the one of the major important problem is that there is a communication gap with the parents. Parents who are the support system, and when there are lacks, there are gaps between the relationship with the parents, when the youth are not able to share, they're not able to talk their problems with their parents, it often brings about a lot of anxieties. They may be misguided by the outside world. They may, because of this lack of figure with whom they have attachment, and that attachment is poor, so this may definitely lead to a lot of issues among themselves, because it is they don't have anybody who can give them that unconditional guidance, that support. And many a times the kind of friend circle which they have are not mature enough to help them or to guide them in doing the things what is right, and many a times they may get into a lot of issues. The following speakers would also be talking about various addictions and substance issues, which is often seen that because of the poor friend circle, the relationships that they enjoy may also lead to this kind of problems. Not having long lasting friends, not having the ability or probably the ways to have secure relationship, to have to have a kind of adjustments that they make in relationships for the relations to be long lasting. So when they lack that kind of skills, that also becomes very, very disturbing for the emotionally disturbing for the youth. One of very important area that we have seen among the youth that come to us is when they have relationship issues in terms of romantic relationships. They have difficulty or hesitation in talking to the opposite gender, or having or not having a boyfriend. So, or if there is a relationship, then difficulty in sustaining it, or the bouts of emotions and dependency that the relationship brings with it. Sometimes the relationship becomes so stormy and so demanding that it becomes difficult for the youth to focus on their priorities. And it somewhere makes them very, very dysfunctional also. Not having the right coping abilities to deal with the situations, not having the right people to guide them. to support them, to show them what has to be done and how it has to be done. So often the youth get misled. There are also, we see that there is a commitment phobia in today's youth. They don't want to commit to a relationship because that commitment brings about so much of anxiety. That is one problem that is also seen. Then too much of social media dependence. With this social media dependence, they lose the the experience that one used to have with learning by observation, refining one's skills by being with people around. We have often seen that when we go to, at airport, or we go to even in a hospital or other public places, we often find everybody glued to their mobile phone and they are searching something. Before, when this technology was there, people would observe others, people would talk to the people sitting next to them. This was also a process of learning social skills, understanding, watching people's emotion. But now, because of this technology, and also in the last 2 years people have been more glued to this because of the pandemic and the lockdown, and the dependence on the technology got so increased. This has affected the relationships also of the youth. Then they look for solutions from Google, instant solutions about the problems. If I'm going through some kind of emotions, or if I feel that my friend is undergoing something, is behaving very erratically, which I feel, I may search in the Google and I may label that person, or I may label my emotions. So that is also something which is very common, and that affects, because that information that we have taken, probably the information may not be wrong, but the way we are applying that information is not right. So that also affects our relationships. Fear of rejection in a relationship is also seen, which becomes very much anxiety provoking, and because of this, many a times we see our youth, either they hurry up in breaking a relationship and then again making up a relationship. So these are some of the common issues that we have seen among our youth. Now, certain reflections that I would like to um, make here, that for the youth who are our audience, and also for people who are not so young, first try to understand yourself before you try to understand others. You are going through a phase where your relationship with other person is affecting your emotions and your thought processes and your behavior. So please understand yourself, that what is it which is going in your thoughts, which is affecting your emotions otherwise, and which is also affecting your behavior. That needs to be identified and understood before you try to pass any judgment on others, or you try to take any decision about your relationship with the others. And this other can be your family, your friends, your romantic partner, anybody. Be open to suggestions and views of others. This can only happen when you have an effective communication with people. If you communicate and meet more and more people, observe more people, you will be able to have a better communication skills. We also see that the communication skills of initiating and continuing a normal conversation in today's generation is lacking, because we may be a very good speaker in our office and related to our work, but when it comes to our relationships with our peers, our friends, our family, others, relatives, we often find that people have difficulty, and then they have to take the help of the mobile, and they have to keep themselves busy with the mobile phone, because communication is something which they lack, a good communication skill. Be in real world. Social media is not the real world. Many a times the kind of post that one does, looking forward to the kind, how many likes one has got, and who has not liked, who has seen and who has not responded, who has responded but has responded otherwise. All these things, they keep affecting your the entire day, day, and you will be thinking about them constantly, and this is again going to affect your relationship with that particular person. So that is not the reality. The reality is when you talk to people face to face, when you share your views face to face. The social media is the way the people keep posting. It has have become more of a self love about, more giving about oneself, and people have to, see it and appreciate. And that gives us very sense of accomplishment, which is not true, which is a very, very fake sense of accomplishment that one gets from it. Uh, Another thing which I would like to highlight that every relationship needs time to grow. So our youth should not be in any kind of an rush to, whether to make or build a relationship or a break a relationship. To understand that this relationship will work or it will not work needs time. And in case when you are not able to resolve any problem by yourself, you feel that there is something which is going on for a very long time, and this is creating a lot of stress in dealing with and in your day-to-day functioning, in your relationship with your significant people. It is also affecting the state of mind. You are either in a more aggressive state, you are most of the time very irritable. Sometimes, because of this frustration, when it continues for long and help is not sought, the youth also, they go for suicidal attempts. We have been seeing how even in celebrities, and we often find that people resort to suicide than to seeking help. Seeking help is normal, and it is a thing of courage, whereas resorting to something which is suicide or self harm is not something which shows your courage. So please take that step forward whenever you feel that there is a problem, so that you can resolve the issues and you can move ahead in your life. With this, I would like to close my today's talk with a quote. A great relationship is about two things. First, find out the similarities, and then respect the differences. Thank you all. Your questions, if you have any, we will answer them in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the stirring and interesting session. Our next speaker of the session is Dr. Smitha Pandey. Dr. Smitha Pandey is an associate professor and the dean of the School of Behavioral Science, National Forensic Sciences University. She has a combined clinical, research, and teaching experience of over 21 years. Neuropsychology, positive psychology, mindfulness, and spirituality are her areas of expertise. Over the course of her long career, Dr. Smitha has several researches in the field to her credit. Now, I invite ma'am to share her insights on dealing with problems effectively through mindfulness. Kindly take the stage, ma'am.
Thank you, Chakshita, for giving my beautiful introduction. I welcome all the participants of the webinar through Buddha Psychological Center and School of Behavioral Sciences. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're clearly audible to us.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So today's webinar is on mental health uh, problems in youth and how to deal with them. And I'm sharing how to deal problems effectively through mindfulness. So first, let us understand what is mindfulness. So mindful, one is mind, which is full of thoughts. We think this, that, and whatever comes to our mind. And we think that something will happen. We worry about the things. We think that something wrong will happen to us or something good will happen to us. But we have expectations, we have daydreams, we feel that we have done many things and we should be rewarded for that. But those thoughts may not be relevant for that moment. So those thoughts are very automatic in our mind. Our mind is automated to have those thoughts. So for example, if we are driving, so we are not thinking about how we are putting our hands on stairs, how we are steerings, how we are putting our feet on gears, our hands on different places, how we are moving, what is the road, how we are traveling around the road, what are the people moving on the road. Rather, we are engrossed in some of our thoughts which are not useful for that moment. Similarly, sometimes people cook and they are thinking about something else, so they may miss the content of ingredients like salt, putting a right amount of salt, or putting twice the salt, or putting spices, adding more spices. Something may happen when you are not present in that moment. So what is mindfulness? Mindfulness means being aware. So you must be aware of thoughts, and you may be you have to be aware of your thoughts. So when we are thinking so many things, then we are not actually in the moment. We are thinking either about the past failures or good things, or we are planning about the future. So when we are not in the current moment, then we are not actually aware of our thoughts. And when we are not aware of our thoughts, then feelings come to us, emotions come to us, like we have heard in the first talk that how emotions affect self. And then we are not aware of our actions also. And maybe we may have an emotion or feeling of anger, and we may behave angrily towards others. And like in the second talk where the speaker has spoken about how our relationships are affected. So this way our relationships get affected. So when we are not aware of our thoughts, then some emotions or feelings come into uh, come into our way, and we get affected, and actually then we act something which may harm us and also somebody else. So this is how we usually spoil our relationships with our friends, with our family, with our colleagues, with our superiors. So, so how to be aware of your thoughts? So I'll cover it in the later part, but the simple technique is that you have to be in the present moment and you have to be understanding what you are thinking at that moment. So if you are thinking about what you're doing at that moment, then your thoughts, random thoughts, will not come to your mind. So another thing which is important for mindfulness is acceptance. So what is that? Acceptance of something which you cannot change in your life. For example, you have failed in an exam, or there is a death in a family, or you have a childhood experience about something which was a very unhappy experience, then you cannot change it. You have to accept the reality, but you have to move on in your life. So how will you move on? So when you move on, you have to be non-judgmental. Usually we judge people
And we judge ourselves also in terms of good or bad, right or wrong, or easy going or difficult to handle. But is it the right way to work in life or to move on in life? I will say no. Mindfulness will say no. Why? Because when you are judging yourself, then you are evaluating yourself in terms of some kind of adjectives like good or bad, right or wrong, easygoing or difficult. Also, same way you are judging other people in your surroundings. And that way, you are labeling them about something which they may not be there. You may be biased in your thinking. You may be evaluating the people by your own ways, which you think it is the best way, but it may not be the right thing. So, what is the best way? Best way is to be non-judgmental about people. Non-judgmental means not describing people in terms of good or bad, right or wrong, easygoing or difficult. Rather taking them as it is, as it is. So that means you have to be in, you have to be authentic. So I'll come to that authenticity. First, let us talk about what do we mean by being mode. So one is being mode, another is doing mode. So usually we are in doing mode. We want to achieve something. We want fruits for something, whatever we are doing in our life. We want that to achieve that goal. And we want rewards for that. But being mode is the process oriented mode, where we are not actually looking for some end results. Rather, we are enjoying the process of what we are doing. So if you are studying, enjoy the process of study. If you are dancing, enjoy the process of dancing. And if you are singing, enjoy the process of singing. If you're listening to music, then enjoy the process of music. Don't bother about the end results of anything in life, whatever you are doing. So that is what has been said in the scriptures also. Like Gita says that when you have to be watching your thoughts, that is awareness. And mindfulness has also come from the word sati, which means awareness. Sati in Pali means awareness, which has been derived from Buddhist strategies. Also, Gita talks about it. Gita talks about it that don't uh, uh, expect any rewards against your work. You should be working to the best of your intensity, best of your potential, but you must not be thinking about the results. Then automatically your results will be good, actually, because you are enjoying the process fully and you are giving your best. So that is the best process of avoiding any stress. Then non-striving. There is something is striving, another thing is non-striving. So when you are striving for something, then you are competitive. You look, who is my competitor, who is trying to come in my way, and you want to remove anybody who would come in your way. But non-striving way is not removing anybody. It is actually including everybody. It is an inclusive way. So you might have heard about Akbar Birbal conversation, and when he was telling that how Akbar asked Birbal once that how you can make another person bigger. So Birbal replied that how you can make another person more important. So then he explained it in a manner that there is a small line, there is one way to cut short the line, another way to make another line stronger than another line larger than the first line, which is already there. So
That is another way. So when you're inclusive, you're including all the people in the society and you're making yourself more stronger, more larger, more happier, more inclusive. And that is another way of uh, being stress free, because you will have more support, you will be loved by more people, you will be liked by more people, and you will be happier in that manner. So I have talked about authentic. So non-judgmental is very much related to authenticity. So what is authentic? Authentic is honest to oneself and know as you are. So when you're authentic, so you will not be defensive. You will not be trying to find out reasons, cover yourself with any kind of reasons. You will be authentic in your thoughts. You'll say, yes, this is the reality. I did this mistake and I have to accept this mistake. I've already talked about the acceptance. If you commit a mistake, you accept it, that I have committed that mistake. And you have to move on in life where you can work upon your mistakes and improve yourself. You can work upon yourself and you can grow as a better person. So that is basically means honest to oneself and know self as you are. That means you have to know in the things which you are good in, like you have certain strengths and you may be having certain weaknesses which you have to accept it as a reality, and you may work upon your weaknesses also, but it is easier to strengthen yourself. Whatever ways you can strengthen your strength, you can work upon to strength upon your work upon to strengthen your qualities, whatever you have. So that is authentic. And then being in the present, I have already talked about that you have to be neither in the past nor in the future. Your thoughts must not be, mind moves faster than anything. So how mind moves? Through thoughts. So either we may go in the past, years back, or we may be in future ahead, thinking about something else, that what I will be in future or how I had been in the past. So it is not the right way. It is the cause of every stress when we are in the past or in future. So you have to be in the moment. That way you will be enjoying that moment, you will be enjoying the process, and you will have no worries about it. So right now, just now I have talked about what is mindfulness. So now I would talk about the techniques, how you can keep yourself mindful. So one thing is that body scan meditation. So body scan meditation is of two types. One is external and another is internal. So when we talk about external body scan meditation, then we focus on the external parts of the body, like we're starting from feet and to legs to upper parts of the body, like a stomach and then a chest and then throat and then face and then head. So we can focus on our body, saying that you have to think about in your mind that what you have to gather moments in your feet, how you are feeling about your feet. For example, this body part we have chosen. So how you are feeling in the feet, what are your experiences on that feet, how compassionate you are towards your feet, how happy you can make your feet, how comfortable you can make your feet, and how you can help your feet in accepting you better. So that is one way of doing it. And when we talk about internal, Then internal means it is derived from Tai Chi. So usually it is a practice done in Chinese, but originally all the yogis used to practice it in the ancient India also. So you can focus on your internal organs, like how your mind and brain is there, how you can comfort it. You have to focus the internal brain, how different parts of the brain are there, how you're feeling about it, how you are aware of about it, and how you can be giving it compassion, happiness, and comfort. Similarly, chest, inside, like heart, how you are feeling about your heart, stomach, intestines, liver, kidney, or other reproductive organs from inside. So you can comfort it by through your mind. So if you're mindful about your internal organs, you can think about it and you can comfort it. So that is about body scan. Then eating mindfulness. So we eat food daily. So our elders used to say that you should be eating quietly. You should be taking your meals quietly. You should not be talking too much. Our grandparents or some. So eating mindfully. So, eating mindfully means like when you are eating, you should be enjoying how the food has been served in your plate, what is the color of the food, what is the odor of the food, how the food has been grown in the farms by the farmers, how it has been brought to the market. You have to be paying, you must be paying gratitude, thanking them who had prepared, who had cooked meals for you, like your mother. You, if she has prepared meals for you, you must be thanking her for such a beautiful meal coming to you, and you must be thanking this food also, enjoying it, finishing it completely, eat bite by bite, and saying thanks to the food which is giving you greater nourishment and happiness and satisfaction. So that is one way, and that is the best way of enjoying your food quietly. You can do it with water, you can do it with the drinks, anything which you eat and drink. Then pleasant event schedule. We always focus on unpleasant things in our life. We always talk this wrong thing happened to me, this negative event happened in our life. But there are pleasant events also in our life. So we must be making it a habit that what are the pleasant events in our life. For example, we may be focusing about the things like we failed in the exam, but next time we passed the exam with flying colors. So we made sufficient efforts. Or in the past, there had been many things good in our life. Like we have got very good parents who take care of me. I have got very good friends who take care of me. If I failed in one event of life, that doesn't mean that I am a total failure. Failures and success are part of life. We should not be bothered about it. So if you are non-judgmental, if you are authentic, and if you are understanding about your thoughts, or if you are aware of your thoughts, feelings, and emotions, then you will always be happy and you will not be carried away by the negative events in our life. All people have negative events in their life, but there's many people still stay happy. How? Because they are not affected by those negative events of their lives. They try to cope up with their negative events in their life in a positive manner. Then, unpleasant events. So, you have to be noticing that pleasant events, one thing is there, that not everything is not unpleasant in life. There are pleasant moments in life. And how to deal with these unpleasant events. So, when there are unpleasant events, then you may practice one thing like breathing exercises. So there is a technique called 3-minute breathing space. So 1 minute you may breathe normally and you may gather awareness of breath. Second minute, you will be expanding that breath to you may be expanding that breath to your heart, face, and third moment you may be expanding your breath through your whole body. So second moment you may be gathering it in your mind, and third minute you may be gathering it in your whole body. So first is awareness about breath, second is gathering the breath, and third is expanding the breath to your body. So that way, this will give you time to relax when something unpleasant happens. And then you may change this unpleasant event to a positive thinking. I'll tell you how in later slides. First, let me complete the techniques. So, sitting mindfully. So, we usually sit many times a day, but how many times we are sitting mindfully? So, mindfully sitting means I am with myself, we are with ourselves, we are thinking how our body is responding, how our body is feeling, in what posture we are sitting, how we are sitting, and are we enjoying our sitting, what we are thinking, are we aware of our thoughts, are we aware of our body, how we are feeling, how in our thoughts, mind, and body. So that is how sitting. So you may think, who am I while sitting? What I want from my life? How I can be a better person? How I can be a more positive and more happier person? And what are the ways I can make myself happier? So that's how you can do sitting mindful meditation. Similarly, walking mindful meditation is there. When you walk, you may be walking around the day, whole day. You may be walking from here and there, but you are usually engrossed in your own thoughts. You are not mindful while walking. So how you can be mindfully walking? So when you are walking, you must be enjoying how your feet are touching the ground. You may feel the ground, and the best way is to walk barefoot on the grass, especially in the mornings when little bit of dew drops are on the grass. You may walk it and you may feel the grass behind your bare feet. And that mindful walking will help you in physical health. It will nourish your eyes, it will nourish your brain, and it will be giving you fresh air of the morning, and you'll be enjoying the pleasant weather of the morning. That is the best way to start with mindful walking. Then other mindful movements must be there, like you may be dancing as a youth. So when you are dancing, you must be mindful of your movements, that you must be enjoying the process, that what actions I am making and how I am making those actions, and whether these actions are keeping me happier and how I can make myself more happy. Then there is a technique called lake meditation. You must have seen various lakes. So how is lake? Lake is very calm from deep. And if you, on surface, if you throw a stone, there are ripples. There are ripples on the lake. But those ripples are surface ripples are not getting affected at the depths of the lake. So lake, as you go deeper in the lake, you will be very peaceful, you will be very calm, you will be feeling very relaxed. The same way, lake meditation teaches you that if you are in the depths of your life, that is deeper in your heart, if you resolve your issues, if you uh, if you think of deeper in your life, then you will be happy. We say now that this person has no depth in life. That means that person is talking things from surface. So when we have depth in our life, so that depth of life, that depth of our thoughts, that depth of our feelings, that depth of our actions give us more calmness, more peacefulness, more happiness, and we are stress free. So another thing is mountain meditation. So you might have seen many mountains. So mountains are standing at one place, erect, without any movement, without any difficulty, without any worries, without any stress, even in the midst of bright sunlight, which is very hot, even in the midst of heavy storms, heavy winds, heavy rains, clouding and thunder, mountains are standing strength-wise, erect, and same way they are as there are any kind of problems are there. Mountains face all these problems. So they are standing on their way, on the same place without getting affected by these things. So same way is our life. So in life, lot of problems will come. You are youth, you are young. So many problems you may be facing now. So many problems you may be facing throughout your life. But you must be like mountain. So mountain meditation teaches you that how you can face the problems in your life, getting unaffected by those problems, keeping yourself calm and cool, and standing strong like a mountain in your life. So loving kindness meditation, it is also called as compassion meditation. So loving kindness meditation is something you may practice very easily. First, as body scan meditation, we have told that you have to give compassion to your self, internal and external organs. Same way, you can give loving kindness to yourself, that I must be happy, I may be kind, I may be generous, I may be compassionate to myself. Then you can give it to the people who are uh, who are closer to you, who are your family. Then you can give it to your friends, and then you can give it to the people whom you have some problems with, whom you have conflict, whom you have disturbances. And even you can give it to the world, whole words, to your surroundings, whole world, and the universe. This is the wonderful meditation which will inculcate compassion within you. Then, then I would like to talk about thoughts are not facts of life. So sometimes we imagine, many times in your childhood, you might have imagined, you might have given that test and you might have thought that I will fail in the exam, but you might have passed with flying colors. So you are starting for a place and you imagine that you may reach late, but you reach before time. So when you understand thoughts are not facts of the life, you are non-reactive, you are non-judgmental, you are stress-free. So how you can be daily mindful? So you have to enjoy your mornings, sunrise, birds are chirping, you enjoy that. You eat or drink and enjoy every drink or every bite of your eating. Enjoy any task you do. Be in the moment. Be in the being mode. Enjoy your studies. As I told you, be process oriented. Don't be engrossed in your thoughts. Do not bother for your performance or result. So, how to apply mindfulness for emotional turmoil? Previous slide, I have told you how to prepare for exams. You must not be bothering while studying, not be bothering about the results while studying. This is very important for the students when you are going for exams or when you are facing for interview. And when you are facing any emotional turmoil in your interpersonal relationships, then you do not have to react to your thoughts. You have to be neutral, non-judgmental, And with being non-judgmental, you have to replace it with a positive emotion. So that way you'll have better family, better group of friends, you will and you'll have better communication. So for mindful communication and good communication, you have to be a mindful listener, means you have to listen very calmly, peacefully, and attentively what the other person is saying, and you have to observe the other person also, how he is saying, what he means to say, understand it better, and then only you should speak and reply so that you have a better communication and mindful communication. You have to be mindful of your words, what you are speaking, because if you are not mindful, you may speak anything which may hurt the other person or which may be irrelevant to that relationship. So maintaining balance in life. So in the end, I would like to conclude with a poem. The sky is blue is not always true, as when we see dawn or dusk, there is a different husk. In dawn or dusk, the sky is orange. In dawn or dusk, the sky is orange. It is a little challenge. But notice yourself and what is around. This is the way you can maintain balance. Thank you very much. Have a very good day.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such an inspiriting session. These ever interesting talks have definitely roused the curiosity of a zealous audience who has put forth so many questions. Keeping the given schedule and timeline in mind, I would like to put some of these questions forth with the chair's consent. The question is for our first speaker, Ms. Priyanka Samurai. Ma'am, Ma'am will be joining us just in a minute, and then we'll be starting our question round. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, the first question asked by our audience is, talking about youth, problem-focused coping seems to be difficult as they are not much experienced for solving problems. So isn't focuses coping the only solution? Please throw some light on this.
Okay, thank you for the question. Emotion focused coping cannot be the only solution. Focus is going to be basically on the superficial or momentary emotions that a person is experiencing in a particular time or in a particular situation. So, if you focus only on that particular situation and emotion related to that, it's not going to help you in a longer run. So maybe if you pacify your emotions for some time, it may be helpful. You may feel better for some time, but in a longer run, you won't be able to develop, appropriate coping for that particular matter. But when you learn to solve problems, or when you learn, how you can try the alternatives, and you focus in on the root cause instead of just your emotions on a particular situation, and practice it over a period of time, then your coping will be better. So, whenever there is a situation which is problematic or which is a crisis situation, automatically you will learn to think about the solution of that particular problem, not focus on your emotion, which can become a problem in future. I hope it clears the question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time. The second question is for our second speaker, Ms. Pooja Sharma Nath. Ma'am, the question for you is,
Can you please repeat the question, Chakshita?
yes, ma'am, sure. So, ma'am, the question for you is how to cope with personality differences among spouse to enhance their interpersonal marital relationship.
Okay. So the first thing is that there would definitely be personality differences. Your spouse cannot be a complete mirror image of yourself. So two people will have different personalities. Now, as I said, that when we come into a relationship, and marital life is also about, a journey in which you learn about each other, you see the similarities, and you basically, go through this journey by growing. Each one of you is growing in this journey. So there are going to be differences, that is definitely sure, but your focus should be on similarities that are there, the strength that are there in each one of you. And I think the most importantly, the reasons for most of the marital issues is that it lacks the space, it lacks the mutual respect, and we want to change each other. So I think if we give space in the relationship, each person is an individual. We also consider that, and we allow that person to grow in his or her way. We give that respect to the other person, the respect which every individual should have. And the thirdly, that we should, understand that there is going to be differences, but still we have to, live together in a manner where we will have respect for each other. So, if that is there, I think there should be less problem. But yes, if the problem still persists, then the professionals are there definitely to help the people out there.
Thank you, ma'am. Our third question is for our third speaker of the day, that is Dr. Smitha Pandey. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, the question is, watching of thoughts can itself lead to overthinking and create disturbance. What is the right understanding for that? Can you throw some light on that?
Okay, that's a very good question. Actually, watching of thoughts does not mean that you have to react on your thoughts. When you are reacting on your thoughts, when you are displaying judgment about your thoughts, like this thought is good, this thought is making me feel good, this thought is making me feel bad, when you are putting that kind of judgment in your experience, then you will get disturbed. Otherwise, you will not get disturbed. Watching your thoughts means watching your thoughts like clouds fly in the sky, but every cloud does not rain. So every thought is not relevant in your life. So you watch your thoughts like clouds are flying in the sky or leaves are flowing in the river water. But you watch it, but you don't put any value to it. The clouds which do not rain, you do not put any value. The leaves who have been broken down from the tree and that are flowing in the water, you do not put any value to it. But you still watch and you enjoy it. So just watch it like it is something which is not relevant for the moment. You don't have to react, you don't have to display your emotions about it. You have to just see it, how it is coming and going, how they are. They're just thoughts. So they are not the realities. They are coming into your mind, but that may not be true. For example, there must be a phone call. You might have called your friend, and your friend might have not picked up the phone at that moment. So many thoughts may come to your mind. Okay, maybe that friend is not liking me. She may be ignoring me. He may be ignoring me. All such thoughts will come to your mind, and later on you come to know that friend was busy with something, another thing. Probably somebody had a crisis in the family and friend was busy with that, or somebody was ill in the hospital and friend was attending that person in the family. So that may be the thing. So you have to understand it how to be positive in your life. So if you keep watching, that is fine. So I think you might have understood it.
Thank you, ma'am. Due to the crunch of time, we would like to wind up our question round over here. I hope the quest of answers in our audience was served well by our respected speakers. I would now like to invite our chair for the session, Dr. C.R. Mukundan sir, to share his valuable comments and concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting discussion on by persons. At this time, to say that more experience, pressure, are all part of presence of cannot these things. Now, how they experience, how they express, depend on the way they train themselves. Long process. So the training could be a very complex process. There may be natural training, training by automatically instituted by the teacher, or training may be instituted by will be very different. Now, after the training, I find that people learn to experience emotion, but now.
I'm sorry to say, sir, but I think we are not able to hear you. Your voice is a little low.
Okay. I'll try to talk a little louder. So I was trying to tell you that both experiencing emotion, expressing emotion, had to be developed by each living being. And this happens during the presence of social conditioning. Social conditioning may be instituted by the society, or it could be part of a natural process that is occurring within the nature. Sorry. I think you must try to find some more time to have a discussion.
चलो कर ले बंद कर
Thank you, sir, for those enriching and insightful words. Before we break for lunch, I would like to apprise you all about Buddha's Psychological Center, an integral part of National Forensic Sciences University, which focuses on preventive and promotive aspects of mental health. The center caters to diverse mental health needs of individuals of all ages. The services are provided by licensed clinical psychologists with substantial experience in the field of mental health. The clinical services offered at BPC range across stress management, parent guidance and training, family and marital therapy, trauma and crisis management, disability assessments and certification, and various other psychometric assessments such as developmental, neuropsychological, personality, etc. Now, I would request the audience to take a break of 40 minutes, after which we will be commencing the next session with the theme Academic Well-Being in Youth. Please don't leave the meeting during the break. We will resume at 1:55 p.m. You can minimize your screens from laptop, but kindly do not leave the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
ये पानी बोल रहा था पानी बाहर रख अंदर रख एक नहीं अपना बैठा था Mr. Him, can you please mute your mic? It's going to disturb us.
कुर्सी पे रोका के अभी कौन आ गया कौन आ गया जिसने
क्या करो मैसेज में क्या છે
ऐश्वर्या कौन आ गई ऐश्वर्या
એને નહીં ખબર હોય આ દ્રષ્ટિએ
પૂછ્યું હોય કદાચ સાચી મેમ તો આ હતા જેમણે લીધો ને અંજલિ મેમ મોટીમાં છે મજા આવે ખાલી કરવું પડશે ગરમીનો પેશન્ટને જોવે બહુ જ હાલ હતો
BS ચાલે છે પણ એ બધો આવી CS
આપણું જ છે આપણું જ છે કોણ આપણા માટે ચાલશે
A very good afternoon to all.
Yeah, પછી થાકે આટલું
After an
ટેન્શન
enriching
લે
and
એટલે પછી
thought-provoking
લોચા
session
વળે ને
A very good afternoon to all. After an enriching and thought-provoking session on relationship and emotional concern, we hereby commence the next session. Quote, much education today is monumentally ineffective. All too often, we are giving young people cut flowers when we should be teaching them to grow their own plants. Unquote. I, Kudrat Sachdeva, am deeply honored to welcome you all to the second session on academic well-being in youth, chaired by Dr. Smitha Pandey, Honorable Dean and Associate Professor at School of Behavioral Sciences, National Forensic Science University. I'd like to humbly welcome ma'am to chair the session. Before we proceed, I'd like to remind our enthusiastic audience to keep their microphones muted to avoid any interruptions. At the conclusion of the sessions, our presenters will answer to the question from the audience in the chat box. Now, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our session's first speaker, Dr. Ravikesh Tripathi. Dr. Ravikesh Tripathi is an RCI licensed clinical psychologist and works as an assistant professor at School of Behavioral Science, National Forensic Sciences University. He has an experience of over 15 years in this field. He is the head of an ongoing cognitive science initiative research called Cognitive Impairment and Sleep Abnormality in Individuals with Mild Cognitive Impairment. Phenomenology and neurology are two of his main study interests. His work has been published in a number of international and national journals, and he has received numerous accolades for his achievement. I invite Dr. Ravikesh Tripathi and Ms. Tanveer Kaur Anand, MPhil Clinical Psychology trainee final year, to have a panel discussion on the topic Psychology of Academic Well-being. Sir, I request you both to take the floor.
Our participants. So today our topic is the psychology of academic well-being. So we have all gone through the tough time period of Corona. We have seen that especially in the area of academics, we suffered a lot because somewhere because of the online classes, we are lacked in the skills that are about to grow during this COVID period, especially in the youth. So today our topic is very much related with not only in coping with academic performance or academic stress, but also with the other problem areas that rise because of that pressure. Because आजकल youth बहुत ज़्यादा competitive हो गया है, right? In this competitiveness environment, somewhere बहुत ज़्यादा anxiety increase हो गई है आजकल youth में. So, Dr. Ravikesh sir is with us and he will throw some light on the cognitive factors which are responsible for the academic well-being and what other strategies we can follow to cope up with this kind of stress that we are dealing through.
So, academic excellence or you talk about academic competence, it depends on several factors. और आमतौर पे अगर सामान्य जन की बात करें वो लोग आईक्यू को बहुत ही इसका बहुत बड़ा डिटर्मिनेंट मानते हैं उनको लगता है कि अगर कोई इंटेलिजेंट है तो probably he is going to excel in his academic as well as personal life. लेकिन सच्चाई इसमें नहीं है तनवीर एक्चुअली अगर आप देखें अगर स्लाइड हमारा विजिबल हो तो हम लोग उसमें दिखा सकते हैं कि देयर आर होस्ट ऑफ फैक्टर्स जो आपके एकेडमिक एक्सीलेंस को डिटरमाइन करता है मैं उसको एक वन बाय वन अभी डिस्कस करना चाहूंगा एक मिनट तरह स्लाइड हम लोग शेयर कर रहे हैं यस दिस yeah so third slide. So there are, I have included two components here, two determinants. One is cognitive determinants, another one emotional determinants. ये दोनों determinants की आवश्यकता पड़ती है अगर हम अपने लाइफ में एक्सेल करना चाहते हैं. अब जाहिर सी बात है कि कॉग्निटिव डोमेन में क्या क्या आता है लोग जानना चाहेंगे. आईक्यू इसमें आता है. अगर कॉग्निशन की बात करें तो आईक्यू जो है कॉग्निशन के अंदर ही आता है। कॉग्निशन में और भी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो उसमें आ सकती हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में हमने उसको दिखाया हुआ है, अगर दर्शक देख सकते हैं तो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। जैसे कि मेमोरी, याद रखने की क्षमता, एग्जीक्यूटिव फंक्शन, हमारे डिसीजन मेकिंग की जो कैपेसिटी है, रीजनिंग की जो कैपेसिटी है, वो भी कॉग्निशन में आता है। अटेंशन, ध्यान देने की क्षमता, मतलब छोटी छोटी चीजों में हम जो ध्यान लगाते हैं, अटेंशन देते हैं, वो भी कॉग्निशन में आता है। हम जो बातचीत करते हैं और जो समझते हैं, मीन्स रिसेप्टिव एंड एक्सप्रेसिव स्पीच, ये हमारे कॉग्निशन का पार्ट है। प्लस बहुत सारे और भी चीजों में हम अपने वर्ल्ड को नेविगेट करते हैं, विजुअल स्पेशियल मैनर्स भी कॉग्निशन का ही एक पार्ट है। ये सारे जो कॉग्निटिव फंक्शंस हैं, ये ब्रेन की इंटीग्रिटी पे डिपेंड करते हैं। यानी कि अगर किसी के ब्रेन में किसी तरह की खामी हुई, डैमेज हुआ, तो ये कुछ फंक्शंस प्रभावित हो सकते हैं। डिपेंड्स ऑन द सीवियरिटी और एरिया की, कहाँ पे चोट लगा है। इसके साथ दूसरा डिटर्मिनेंट्स है जिसको हम इमोशनल कहते हैं। मैडम कैन यू प्लीज, इमोशनल कंपोनेंट में क्या आता है उसके बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा जिक्र करना चाहूंगा। जैसे कि हम लोग प्रतिदिन रोज कुछ न कुछ इमोशन एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं। खुशी है, दुख है, भय है, चिंता है, ये सारे इमोशन के उसमें आते हैं। अभी इमोशन की जब आप बात करते हैं तो इमोशन के दो एस्पेक्ट हो सकते हैं। एक तो मेरा खुद का इमोशन मुझे समझ में आ रहा है कि मैं इस समय भयभीत हूँ, मुझे इस समय चिंता हो रही, या मुझे इस समय गुस्सा आ रहा है। ये एक अपने आप के इमोशन को समझना है। दूसरा हो सकता है कि मैं दूसरे के इमोशन को समझूं, कि अगला आदमी मेरी बात करने से नाराज हो रहा है, अगला, मैंने ऐसी बात करी उससे अगले को इरिटेशन हो रहा है, या मेरे इस सवाल से अगला जो है घबरा चुका है। तो ये खुद के इमोशन को और दूसरे के इमोशन को जो पहचानने की एक क्षमता है, इमोशनल कॉग्निशन के अंतर्गत आता है। आम भाषा में अगर साइंटिफिक बात करें तो इसको हम लोग कहने लगे हैं इमोशनल और इंटेलिजेंस के नाम से भी जाना जाता है इसको, या इमोशनल कॉग्निशन के नाम से जाना जाता है। कि इसमें केवल फीलिंग अपने और दूसरे की पहचानने की क्षमता नहीं, अपने फीलिंग को रेगुलेट करना भी एक बहुत बड़ा एबिलिटी माना जाता है। अगर आप अपने एबिलिटीज को रेगुलेट कर, सॉरी, इमोशन को रेगुलेट कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि मुझे गुस्सा आ रहा है, लेकिन मैं अगर इस समय अपने गुस्से को रेगुलेट कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि अगर मैं गुस्सा करूंगा तो उसका कुछ निगेटिव इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है, वो एक बहुत बड़ा, मतलब इस फील्ड में मास्टरी होना जरूरी है। इसके साथ ही हमें अपने इमोशन को मैनेज करना पड़ता है, डिफरेंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट के हिसाब से, रोल के हिसाब से, रूल के हिसाब से। जो अपने इमोशन को रेगुलेट करना सीख जाता है तो ये हमारे जीवन को कॉम्पिटेंस की तरफ ले जा सकता है। तो मैंने दो तरह की एबिलिटीज की बात की, एक तो इमोशनल एबिलिटी और दूसरा कॉग्निटिव एबिलिटी। और ये दोनों, एक सक्सेसफुल अगर कोई एकेडमिकली एक्सेल करना चाहता है तो ये दोनों एबिलिटीज होना जरूरी है। इसकी इंटीग्रिटी या इसमें किसी तरह का कोई भी व्यवधान आया, किसी तरह से इन दोनों प्रोसेसेस में चोट पहुंचा या नुकसान हुआ या किसी में कमी है, डेफिसिट है, उसकी वजह से उसको एकेडमिक एरिया में प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है।
सर, बहुत बार देखा गया है कि एकेडमिक प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ एक ही रीजन से नहीं होती है, बहुत सारे रीजन से। लाइक एक होता है पर्सनल रीजन, पर्सन का खुद का रीजन होता है कि टेम्परामेंट होते हैं, पर्सनैलिटी फैक्टर्स। जैसे कि हमने बात करी कॉग्निशन, तो अगर इफ द आईक्यू इज लो और सब एवरेज, तो उसको पढ़ने लिखने में एडीएचडी में जहाँ अटेंशन की काफी प्रॉब्लम है, वहाँ पे भी अटेंशन सस्टेन नहीं रहेगी तो भी पढ़ने कुछ एनवायरमेंट फैक्टर्स होते हैं। जैसे कि आजकल कोरोना के टाइम पे देख लीजिए कि फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस बहुत हो गई। अक्सर ऑनलाइन मोडालिटी की वजह से कुछ लोग सीख भी नहीं कर पाते हैं, उनके पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं होते, इंटरनेट। सो एक पर्सनल ओरिएंटेड प्रॉब्लम्स हुई, जो पर्सनल फोकस्ड हुई, एक दूसरी एनवायरमेंट रिलेटेड हुई, फैमिली रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स भी होती हैं बच्चों में कि फैमिली सपोर्ट नहीं करती है विलेजेस में। आजकल हालांकि काफी अवेयरनेस आ गई है, बट स्टिल देयर आर सम एरियाज, मल्टीपल फैक्टर्स। So, what other are the factors that could lead to the academic performance or can hinder the academic?
और अगर साइंटिफिकली बात की जाए तो मैं सारे कारण, जितने भी कारण हैं, उनको दो कैटेगरी में डिवाइड करना चाहूंगा। पहला तो एक हम जिसको बोलते हैं ऑर्गेनिक और न्यूरोलॉजिकल। अगर किसी के ब्रेन में किसी तरह का भी चोट लगा है, हेड इंजरी हुआ है, ब्रेन से संबंधित कोई बीमारी है, जैसे कि आप बहुत सारी बीमारियों के नाम जानते होंगे, हम इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, दीज आर न्यूरो डेवलपमेंटल डिजीज, या फिर और भी बहुत सारे न्यूरोलॉजिकल कंडीशंस हैं जिससे ब्रेन प्रभावित हो सकता है, लाइक एपिलेप्सी। रिपीटेड अगर एपिलेप्टिक अटैक आए तो कॉग्निशन पे इफेक्ट पड़ता है और उसकी वजह से लर्निंग रिलेटेड इश्यूज आ सकते हैं। पहला जो कारण है वो मैं कहूंगा कि वो ऑर्गेनिक है या न्यूरोलॉजिकल है। दूसरा कारण हो सकता है साइकोलॉजिकल। अब साइकोलॉजिकल में आप क्या रख सकते हैं? साइकोलॉजिकल में पहला, अगर आम लोगों की बात करें तो वो लोग स्ट्रेस को साइकोलॉजिकल मानते हैं। ये बात सही भी है कि अगर कोई भी स्ट्रेसफुल कंडीशन में है तो उसका अटेंशन प्रभावित होगा, उसकी मेमोरी प्रभावित होगी और उसकी लर्निंग और एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस प्रभावित होगा। इसके साथ साथ साइकोलॉजिकल फैक्टर में कुछ और भी चीजें आती हैं, जैसे कि किसी को साइकोलॉजिकल इलनेस है, डिप्रेशन है, एंजाइटी है, या फिर कुछ और भी थोड़े बड़े प्रकार के साइकोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम है जिसको साइकोसिस के नाम से जाना जाता है, या मैनिया, बीपीएडी, इस तरह के डिसऑर्डर्स हैं जो इसकी वजह से लर्निंग प्रभावित हो सकती है। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि जो स्ट्रेस है वो आजकल के यूथ को ज्यादा प्रभावित करता है। ऐसा मेरा ये कहना है कि स्ट्रेस को अगर हम इफेक्टिवली मैनेज करें, डील करें, तो प्रोबेबली एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस में एक्सेल करने में प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
Exactly. So we know that we are suffering from stress, and especially in this competitive environment. But the thing is, we don't know how to manage our stress. We know that we are under stress, we are suffering from stress, but somewhere we don't know how to effectively cope with the stress. आजकल youth में काफी substance use होने लगा है. They just try to numb themselves, like just to cope up with that substance or any other maladaptive coping strategy. So, what are the good coping and bad coping strategies?
कॉपिंग के ऊपर बात करें इससे अच्छा होगा कि हम पहले स्ट्रेस के बारे में बात कर लें कि स्ट्रेस होता क्या है। अगर आप वैज्ञानिकों द्वारा सजेस्टेड डेफिनेशन पे जाए तो बहुत सारी डेफिनेशंस हैं, लेकिन मुझे जो सबसे अच्छा डेफिनेशन लगता है वो ये है कि जब इन्वायरमेंट से डिमांड हो, मान लीजिए इन्वायरमेंट कुछ डिमांड कर रहा है, इन्वायरमेंट कुड बी योर स्कूल एकेडमिक्स, इन्वायरमेंट कुड बी योर पीयर्स, इन्वायरमेंट कुड बी योर टीचर्स। आपके पास रिसोर्सेज की कमी है, आपके पास इतना रिसोर्सेज नहीं है कि आप उन डिमांड को फुलफिल कर सकें। जाहिर सी बात है ऐसी कंडीशन में आपको स्ट्रेस होगा। और स्ट्रेस का ये डेफिनेशन मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता है जिसको हॉफमैन एंड लजारस ने प्रपोज किया था। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, कैन यू प्लीज मेक दिस। नाउ लेट्स सी व्हाट आर द सोर्सेज ऑफ स्ट्रेस इन यूथ। फैमिली सबसे बड़ा स्ट्रेस का सोर्स है। जैसे कि आप कोई भी फैमिली है उसमें पेरेंट का रोल बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होता है। आप देखेंगे कि आजकल के एडवांस जो हमारा मतलब इंडिपेंडेंट वो हो गया है, लाइफस्टाइल हो गया है, उसकी वजह से फैमिली में डिवोर्स और सेपरेशन के बहुत ही केसेज आपको मिले, जिसकी वजह से यूथ जो है कांस्टेंट स्ट्रेस में रहते हैं। तो फैमिली इज अ मेजर सोर्स फॉर दिस। सेकेंड सोर्स उसका सेल्फ रिलेटेड कंपैरिजन, उसके अपने पर्सनैलिटी ट्रेट। लाइक मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं, कुछ पर्सनैलिटी ट्रेट्स ऐसे होते हैं, जैसे एक पर्सनैलिटी ट्रेट हम कहते हैं परफेक्शनिस्टिक एटीट्यूड। आदमी चाहता है कि सब कुछ परफेक्ट मैनर में हो, जिसकी वजह से वो अपना काम सही समय पे कर नहीं पाते और उसकी वजह से उनको स्ट्रेस, उनकी अपने ट्रेट की वजह से भी उनको स्ट्रेस हो सकता है। या फिर मान लीजिए कि कोई डिजीज है, और फिजिकल डिजीज हो सकता है, साइकोलॉजिकल डिजीज हो सकता है, उसकी वजह से भी स्ट्रेस हो सकता है। पीयर प्रेशर इज अनदर सोर्स ऑफ स्ट्रेस, क्योंकि आपने सुना होगा कि बहुत सारे जो यूथ ड्रग्स वगैरह जो स्टार्ट करते हैं वो पीयर प्रेशर की वजह से करते हैं, और उसको इफेक्टिवली मैनेज ना कर पाने की वजह से वो बहुत सारे और गलत आदतों में लिप्त हो सकते हैं। एकेडमिक्स आजकल सेमेस्टर सिस्टम हो गया है, हर 2 महीने 3 महीने 6 महीने में एग्जाम का वो है, एकेडमिक डिमांड ज्यादा है और उसकी वजह से भी स्ट्रेस बढ़ सकता है। हम पढ़ाई लिखाई करने के लिए एक जगह से दूसरी जगह मूव करते हैं, हमारे सारे फ्रेंड हम वहीं पे छोड़ के चले आते हैं, नए प्लेस में आते हैं, नए लोगों से मिलना होता है, नई भाषा हो सकता है, नया खाना पीना हो सकता है, इसकी वजह से भी स्ट्रेस हो सकता है। यूथ में अनदर कंपोनेंट जो है स्ट्रेस का वो है फाइनेंसेस। फाइनेंशियली इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं होते, उनको किसी किसी के ऊपर डिपेंड रहना, जो भी एक स्ट्रेस का बहुत बड़ा कारण है। और अनदर फैक्टर वुड बी कैरियर रिलेटेड अनसर्टेनिटी। हमको पता नहीं है कि कल के डेट में मैं क्या करूं, इस जॉब के लिए इंटरव्यू में अप्लाई कर रहा हूं, होगा कि नहीं होगा, वो जॉब लगेगा कि नहीं लगेगा। तो ये जो एम्बिगुअस और अनसर्टेन सिचुएशन है वो भी एक स्ट्रेस का मूल कारण है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में मैंने नेचर ऑफ स्ट्रेस बताया है। ये जो जितने सोर्सेज हमने बात करी, ये सोर्सेज या तो एक्यूट हो सकते हैं, एक्यूट मतलब कि कुछ तत्काल इमीडिएटली कुछ हो गया, जैसे कि मुझे अभी अपना फी पे करना है लेकिन मेरे पास पैसे नहीं, पेरेंट को मैं कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, ये मेरा एक्यूट स्ट्रेस तुरंत आया और मुझे इसको रिजॉल्व करना है। अनदर कुड बी एपिसोडिक इन नेचर। एपिसोडिक मतलब बार बार आता है, जैसे कि मान लीजिए मुझे कोई बीमारी है, रिकवर हुआ, फिर थोड़े दिनों के बाद फिर आ गई, वो एपिसोड में आ रहा है, हमेशा परमानेंटली बना नहीं है, लेकिन थोड़े थोड़े अंतराल पे वो आता जा रहा है और मुझे उससे डील करना है। एक हो सकता है क्रॉनिक। क्रॉनिक मतलब कि वो लगातार मेरे इन्वायरमेंट में पड़ा है, उससे मुझे स्ट्रेस हो रहा है। जैसे कि मान लीजिए कि मेरी माय मदर इज नॉट वेल और उनको कोई एज रिलेटेड बीमारी हो गई, मुझे रोज रोज उनका ध्यान रखना है, तो ये परमानेंट स्ट्रेस है, क्रॉनिक स्ट्रेस बनता जाएगा, कुछ दिनों के बाद सालों साल चलता रहेगा, 5 साल 10 साल, तो इसको क्रॉनिक स्ट्रेस बोलते
सर ये भी देखा गया है कि एक स्ट्रेस, जितना स्ट्रेस हमारे लिए जरूरी होता है, एक ये भी चीज क्लियर करनी यहाँ पे ऑडियंस के सामने बहुत जरूरी है कि एक डॉटसन करके एक साइंटिस्ट जिन्होंने एक लॉ बनाया था कि स्ट्रेस जरूरी होता है जिसमें आप एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस में एक्सीलेंस प्राप्त कर सकते
हैं।
बट एक सर्टेन थ्रेशोल्ड होता है, एक सर्टेन लिमिट होती है, उसके बाद अगर आप ज्यादा एग्जॉस्ट then your performance started decreasing. So most of the time आजकल यूथ में क्या होता है कि उनको रिजल्ट्स नहीं मिलते, so अपनी लिमिट के ज्यादा अपने बियॉन्ड अपने आप को स्ट्रेस करते हैं और उस वजह से उनको परफॉर्मेंस डाउन होता है। So this kind of awareness should also be given.
ट्रू। और आपने जैसे बताया कि स्ट्रेस के 2 सोर्स हो सकते हैं, एक तो निगेटिव टाइप के स्ट्रेस हो सकते हैं जो हमेशा स्ट्रेस देंगे, और कुछ घटनाएं हमारे जीवन में पॉजिटिव होते हैं वो भी स्ट्रेसफुल हो सकते हैं, जैसे कि मुझे प्रमोशन मिल जाए, प्रमोशन मिलने के बाद प्रोबेबली कैसे टास्क करना है, लोगों को मैनेज करना है, वो स्ट्रेसफुल हो सकता है। या फिर किसी की मतलब किसी के रिलेशनशिप में कुछ और बढ़ोतरी हो, शादी हो जाए, तो उसकी वजह से भी स्ट्रेस होते हैं, कैसे रिलेशनशिप को डील करना है, वो एक स्ट्रेसफुल हो, दो इट्स पॉजिटिव फैक्टर। स्ट्रेस कुड बी नेगेटिव, स्ट्रेस कुड बी पॉजिटिव, लेकिन जैसा आपने जिक्र किया याक्स एंड डॉटसन का, तो उसके हिसाब से भी वो ये कहते हैं कि आप स्ट्रेस से पूरी तरह फ्री नहीं हो सकते, एक मॉडरेट लेवल का स्ट्रेस आपकी लाइफ में चाहिए, दैट विल कीप यू मोटिवेटेड, उसकी वजह से आप काम करते रहोगे। लेकिन अगर वो स्ट्रेस सीवियर मात्रा में प्रेजेंट है एंड लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए अवेलेबल है, फिर उसका क्या होगा कि आपके ब्रेन एंड फिजिक पे प्रभाव पड़ेगा, उससे बहुत सारे ब्रेन रिलेटेड इश्यूज होने लगेंगे, जैसे हमने बात की कॉग्निशन से रिलेटेड, अटेंशन की प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी, आपके एग्जीक्यूटिव रिसोर्स में इश्यूज आने लगेंगे, और आपकी बॉडी भी प्रभावित होती है। लाइक आपने नाम सुना होगा लाइफ स्टाइल डिजीज, वो स्ट्रेस की वजह से होती है, जैसे कि हाइपरटेंशन देख लीजिए, डायबिटीज देख लीजिए, इवन वास्कुलर डिजीज, उसमें भी स्ट्रेस का बहुत सारा रोल है। और आजकल तो अमूमन हर एक डिजीज में स्ट्रेस का कहीं कहीं रोल पाया जा रहा है, या तो स्ट्रेस उसको मेंटेन कर रहा है या स्ट्रेस कहीं ना कहीं उसको ओरिजिनेट करने में मदद। और आप अगर देखें कि कैसे यूथ जो है कोप करते हैं अपने स्ट्रेस, तो इस स्लाइड पे आपको दिखेगा कुछ टेक्निक्स मैंने यहाँ पे लिखे हुए हैं, और 2 तरह के अप्रोच हो सकते हैं। पहला तो स्ट्रेस को सॉल्व करने का अप्रोच का, उसके लिए आप ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन लेंगे, जैसे कोई भी स्ट्रेस हो रहा है तो स्ट्रेस के बारे में जानना, उसके बारे में, उसके नेचर के बारे में जानना, कैसे डील किया जा सकता है, लोगों से पूछना, इस तरह का अप्रोच लोग लगा सकते हैं। दूसरा होता है कि लोगों से बातचीत कर लेना, अपने जो भी आपके अपने हैं, दर्द है, उन लोगों से मिलके उसको डिस्कस करना, डील करना, उससे स्ट्रेस कम होता है। तो दे कैन सजेस्ट यू समथिंग न्यू, न्यू मेथड, न्यू प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग टेक्निक, तो उससे भी हो सकता है। फिर आप कुछ मास्टरी डेवलप करो। आपको अगर बार बार स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, जैसे मान लीजिए मुझे स्ट्रेस हो रहा है क्योंकि मुझे अंग्रेजी नहीं आता, तो मैं अंग्रेजी का नया नया क्लास करूं, फ्लुएंसी बढ़ाऊं, और प्रॉब्लम उससे मेरा अंग्रेजी का जो कॉम्पिटेंस है बढ़ेगा, तो मेरा स्ट्रेस कम होगा। और probably you can also negotiate with the stress, मतलब बहुत सारे समय you can negotiate कि कितना मैं सॉल्व कर सकता हूँ, कितना नहीं कर सकता। और कुछ मामलों में हम या बहुत सारे लोग अवॉइड करना सीख लेते हैं, क्योंकि आप यू कांट सॉल्व इट, इट इज गोइंग टू बी देयर, तो यू स्टार्ट लर्निंग टू अवॉइड दैट, भाई ठीक है, इसको अवॉइड ही करना पड़ेगा, डिस्टेंसिंग करने लगते हैं अपने आप को, उससे थोड़ा दूरी बनाने लगते हैं। ये सारे तरीके हैं हाउ यू डील विद द स्ट्रेस। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। These are the dimensions I have written. Like many people, if you see youth as well as adults, they try to use these, techniques to deal with their stress. Like problem focus, we have just discussed how you can seek information, you can discuss with someone. Accepting your stress, you can seek social support. That is also going to help you. Diversing your attention or involving yourself in more meaningful activities. Some people find religious method more, soothing, and they try to, use it in order to deal with their stress. और कम्युनिकेशन स्किल पे काम करना, रिलैक्सेशन टेक्निक करना, आजकल बहुत सारे रिलैक्सेशन टेक्निक आप और यूट्यूब और उसमें पा सकते हो, दो इट इज नॉट एडवाइजेबल बिकॉज वो सुपरविजन के तहत ही होनी चाहिए। ये बहुत सारे रिलैक्सेशन की टेक्निक है, और हमें खुद भी बहुत सारी चीजें रिलैक्स करती हैं, जैसे कि कुछ लोगों को म्यूजिक सुनने से रिलैक्सेशन मिलता है, कुछ लोगों को प्रॉब्ली कुछ गेम खेलने से रिलैक्सेशन मिलता है, कुछ लोगों को वॉकिंग से मिलता है। हर लोगों का अलग अलग अपना अपना एक पसंद है, उसके हिसाब से वो चूज कर सकते हैं। अगर टाइम हो गया हो तो फिर
And yeah, sir, इन अगर डायमेंशंस ऑफ कोविड को अगर हम समझें तो सर हमारी ऑडियंस को थोड़ा और स्पेसिफिकली अगर मैं बताऊँ तो 3 कंडीशंस होते हैं टू को, इनमें से अगर मैं थोड़ा और ब्रीफली अगर समझाऊँ तो कि एक कंडीशन होती है जहाँ पे सिचुएशन पे हम काम, जैसे कि आग लगी है तो इमीडिएटली फायर ब्रिगेड को कुछ करना है ताकि आग रिजॉल्व हो जाए। दूसरी कंडीशन जिसमें सिचुएशन पे काम नहीं हो सकता, उसमें सिर्फ हमारे पे काम हो सकता है। हमारा सर दुख रहा है बट वी कांट, हम बोल नहीं सकते कि पार्टी को ऑफ करो या डीजे ऑफ करो, व्हाट वी कैन डू इज खूब वहां से डिस्टेंस करो। तीसरी कंडीशन होती है जहाँ पे ना सिचुएशन पे काम कर सकते हैं ना खुद पे काम कर सकते हैं, वहां आती है सर हमारी एक्सेप्टेंस, क्योंकि स्ट्रेस हमारी अनरियलिस्टिक एक्सपेक्टेशन से भी बढ़, so somewhere we have to accept ourselves, जहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं कि ना सिचुएशन ना खुद पे दिया जा सकता है इतना, so their acceptance will work, so these all
next. इससे इस स्लाइड को अगर आप देखें तन्वी, जो आपने बात कही ना, उसको थोड़ा सा मैंने एक मॉडल के रूप में इसमें प्रस्तुत किया है। अगर हमें ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम से ये पता चले कितना टाइम है हमारे पास, कैन बी कांच, ओके, अगर आप इस मॉडल को देखिए, जो हमारा यूथ है ना, वो सबसे मेन रीजन जो उसका स्ट्रेस का है, वो एक्चुअली अपने आप को कंपेयर करते हैं, दूसरों से कंपेयर करते हैं। व्हाई? बिकॉज समवेयर पेरेंट आल्सो डू द सेम थिंग, कि वो अच्छे मार्क्स ला रहे हैं, तुम नहीं ला रहे, वो इतनी अच्छी जॉब मिल गई उनको, तुमको नहीं मिल रहा है, तो वो भी अपने आप को कंपेयर करना स्टार्ट करते हैं। अच्छा, इसके साथ उनको ओवर थिंकिंग होने लगता है, वो दे स्टार्ट ओवर थिंकिंग अबाउट दीज फैक्ट्स, जो कि वरी और एंजाइटी का प्राइमरी रीजन है। अगर आप अपने को किसी से कंपेयर करोगे, ज्यादा सोचोगे, तो वरी जब ज्यादा बढ़ेगा तो एंजाइटी का रूप ले सकता है, क्योंकि इट विल बी अनकंट्रोलेबल। उसकी वजह से आपको नेगेटिव इमोशंस आते हैं। मतलब आपको फियर होगा, आपको अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, सैड फील करोगे, इस तरह के नेगेटिव इमोशंस ज्यादा आते हैं। और आपको एक और मजे की बात बताऊं मैं कि प्रसन्नता के लिए नेगेटिव इमोशन जितना कम होगा उतने आप प्रसन्न हो, क्योंकि आपका न्यूट्रल या पॉजिटिव इमोशन उतना बढ़ता जाएगा। लेकिन स्ट्रेस में क्या होता है, आपका नेगेटिव इमोशन बढ़ता जाता है और जो पॉजिटिव इमोशन है वो बिल्कुल कम होता जाता है। क्योंकि एक बार जब नेगेटिव इमोशन आपके कॉग्निशन में आता है ना, वो इंक्लूड करने लगता है, बार बार आने लगता है। अगर आप साइकोलॉजी की कुछ बुक्स पढ़ें तो इसको बड़े अच्छे एक अच्छा टर्म दिया गया है जिसको बोलते हैं नेगेटिव ऑटोमेटिक थॉट। ये नेगेटिव ऑटोमेटिक थॉट एक्चुअली वरी और एंजाइटी की वजह से आने लगता है। और उसका रीजन क्या होता है? उसका रीजन ये होता है कि आप भूलने लगते हैं, आप ध्यान नहीं दे पाते हो, आप किसी से बात करते हो उस समय भी थॉट्स आते रहते हैं, तो आप अपना सोशल जो एक्टिविटीज है वो भी नहीं कर पाते। और फिर उसके बाद आपका सेल्फ कॉन्सेप्ट कहीं कहीं प्रभावित होता है और वो सेल्फ कॉन्सेप्ट आपके सेल्फ एस्टीम को भी प्रभावित करता है। मतलब कि आपकी कैपेसिटी, कैपेबिलिटी, इन सारी चीजों को प्रभावित कर सकता है डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली। वो आपकी फोकस, अलर्टनेस और कॉग्निशन को प्रभावित कर सकता है। तो मेरा ये सुझाव है कि जो यूथ है वो पहले तो ओवर ज्यादा ये थिंक करना और अपने आप को दूसरों से कंपेयर करना बंद करना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये जो है एक बहुत बड़ा सोर्स है स्ट्रेस के। दूसरे स्लाइड में अगर आप देखें तो कैसे इसको आप कम कर सकते हैं, इसके बारे में मैंने चर्चा की। जब आपको ओवर थिंकिंग होती है, नेगेटिव थॉट्स ज्यादा आते हैं, ये सेल्फ हेल्प के लिए कुछ टिप्स हैं। आप डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर सकते हो, आप अपने आप को ऐसे एक्टिविटीज में लगा सकते हो जो आप कर सको उस समय, rather than focusing on your negative thoughts। या फिर इसके बारे में आप बात कर सकते हो। बात मतलब कि आप अपने फ्रेंड्स से कर सकते हो, आप अपने पेरेंट्स से कर सकते हो, आप अपने सोशल कनेक्शन में जो भी आपके लिए ट्रस्टवर्दी है उससे कर सकते हो। कहीं उपाय मिलता है तो सीख प्रोफेशनल है, क्योंकि इसको दूर करने के लिए बहुत सारे प्रोफेशनल अवेलेबल हैं। वो अच्छे इफेक्टिव तरीके से इसको मैनेज कर सकते हैं विदाउट मेडिसिन आल्सो। या फिर आप सीख लो कि कैसे आपको कोप करना है उस पर्टिकुलर चीजों से, दैट आल्सो हेल्प। और अगर आप बात करें स्ट्रेस को घटाने के लिए और अपने हैप्पीनेस को बढ़ाने के लिए, तो एक चीज है, अगर आप हैप्पीनेस का करंट लिटरेचर देखें, हैप्पीनेस कभी चल के आपके पास नहीं आएगा, आपको कुछ ना कुछ करना पड़ेगा। जैसे कि आज मैं मान लो मुझे एक बुक लिखना है, तो मुझे उसके चैप्टर्स लिखने पड़ेंगे, लिटरेचर बनाना पड़ेगा, फिर उसको पब्लिकेशन में भेजना पड़ेगा। 2 या 3 साल के बाद वो बुक आएगा और मुझे हैप्पीनेस होगा। ये 3 साल का प्रोसेस है। उसी तरह जो हैप्पीनेस होता है उसके लिए आपको इंटेंशनल एक्टिविटीज करना पड़ता है। आपको छोटे छोटे एक्टिविटीज आपको हैप्पीनेस दे सकते हैं। इसलिए मेरा ये सुझाव है कि लोग अपने आप को जो भी इंटेंशनल एक्टिविटीज कर सकते हैं, उनको जिसमें भी इंट्रिंसिकली प्लेजर मिलता है, दे शुड डू इट, एंड उसको करने से उनको हैप्पीनेस मिलेगा। उनको अपने जीवन में कुछ चैलेंज से जुड़े मटेरियल डालने चाहिए, उनको नॉवेल्टी वाली चीज रखनी चाहिए या वैराइटीज इंक्लूड करनी चाहिए अपने लाइफ के डिफरेंट डोमेन्स में। और ये छोटी छोटी चीजें तभी हैप्पीनेस को बढ़ा सकती हैं। Nurturing optimistic thinking is another thing which many people suggest, लेकिन ये एक आप कह सकते हो ट्रेट या एक अप्रोच है जो कि एक ही दिन में नहीं आएगा। आपको बार बार उसके लिए अपने को प्रयास करना पड़ेगा। Probably you'll become like you can nurture optimism। और उसके लिए बहुत सारे टेक्निक्स भी हैं, आप ऑप्टिमिज्म को नर्चर कर सकते हैं। और तीसरा जो मैं सुझाव देना चाहूंगा वो ये है कि यूथ जो है अपने माइंड और बॉडी का ख्याल रखें। अगर आप एडिक्शन यानी कि स्मोकिंग है या आपका अल्कोहल है, इससे आपको तुरंत प्रसन्नता तो मिल सकती है, कि मिल सकता है, हैप्पीनेस मिल सकता है, लेकिन ये आपकी बॉडी को इम्पैक्ट कर सकता है लॉन्ग रन, आपकी माइंड को प्रभावित कर सकता है। तो मेरा ये सुझाव है कि उनको पॉजिटिव एडिक्शन में लगना चाहिए। पॉजिटिव एडिक्शन मतलब कि एक्सरसाइज करना, और नींद को मेंटेन करने के लिए, स्लीप को अच्छा करने के लिए रेगुलर 8 से 9 घंटे सोना। क्योंकि आजकल आप देखोगे यूथ जो है रात भर जगते हैं, वो अपने मोबाइल में हैं या फिर किसी और तरह की एक्टिविटीज कर रहे हैं, तो वो अगर चलता रहा तो उनका स्लीप डिस्टर्बेंस होगा, और स्लीप डिस्टर्बेंस होगा तो क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ अफेक्ट होगा। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि अपने फिजिकल बॉडी को भी उचित सम्मान और रिस्पेक्ट उनको देना चाहिए, उससे उनका वेलबींग बढ़ सकता है।
राइट सर, एंड इवन कोविड के टाइम में तो आइसोलेशन को बिल्कुल बॉडी पे ध्यान ही नहीं दे रहे थे, लाइक एक जगह बैठे हैं, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस भी हो रही है, बिल्कुल इमोबल हो गए हैं। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं उस वजह से भी, और देखा गया है कि साइंस कहती है कि हमारा थिंकिंग, इमोशंस, हमारा बिहेवियर सब इंटरकनेक्ट। तो अगर हम अपनी बॉडी पे काम नहीं करेंगे, हम सिर्फ अपनी थिंकिंग प्रोसेस पे काम कर रहे हैं, दैट इज आल्सो नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क।
दोनों का बैलेंस रखना जरूरी है, माइंड और बॉडी दोनों का बैलेंस होना जरूरी है, सही कहा आपने।
So ये चीजें थोड़ी ज्यादा हो गई थी, but we can suggest कि some home based भी exercises होती हैं, where there is a will, there is a way.
True.
So एक कमरे में बैठ के भी we can do exercises, yoga.
True.
So you have to have that motivation.
True. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tanvi.
And hope our audience, our participants will get some insightful tips also. And although they are aware, but sometimes even after being aware, we don't know the direction where to go. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Tanvi.
Thank you, sir, and Ms. Tanvi for an engaging and educational experience. Our next speaker for this webinar is Dr. Bibin Ibrahim Zakaria. Dr. Bibin is an RCI licensed clinical psychologist at Hospital for Mental Health, Ahmedabad, with more than 10 years of clinical experience. He has received training in layered voice analysis, polygraph, cutting-edge electrophysiological instruments, yoga, and naturopathy. He also serves as a visiting professor at Vidyapeeth Deemed University, Ahmedabad. Interestingly, he and his twin brother are India's first RCI licensed twin clinical psychologists with a specialization in criminal and investigative psychology. Today, Sir will be addressing the audience on career-related issues. I invite you to kindly take the platform, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We had a good session in the morning, and right now also Dr. Ravikesh sir have given a widespread awareness about the Indian youth perspective, everything. Now we are, my topic, the given topic to me is career related issues among Indian youths. Career related issues, there are many issues that can be said among Indian youths, but some things are slightly different. Some things will have overlapping between things. Some things are overlapping. Some things, when we say, we'll say that can be a issue. Some people will say, oh, that cannot be an issue. But here we are going to focus on some main core issues related with career related issues with Indian youths. So the next slide will show that all career begins from the time you start schooling. From that presentation itself, you can see one yellow bus. That yellow bus is a symbol of school bus, where we all used to be, from the young age, we all used to go to school. Some people will go by a different mode of vehicle, but yellow bus is a symbol of going to school. But so the career will always start from the schooling. So in the next slide, it is shown that what is a career. The definition of career is that it's an action and progress of an individual throughout their life, especially at a specific profession or occupation. And it consists of types of jobs or position one holds in occupation over a period of time. And in that itself, we can say 5 major things are written in that. One is the action. Second one is the progress. Third one is the life. Fourth one is the position which they hold. Finally, the profession which has to be acquired by that particular individual. Now, when we go to the next slide, it shows that what are the main career related issues faced by Indian youths. Here I have divided them into two types. Matlab it will overlap to each other, psychological aspects as well as social aspects. So what are the social aspects that are there in this career related issues or psychological aspects? Many things are there which are there, but in the next slide we'll show you what are the types of issues that are covered up in this particular presentation. First, economic, social based things. The first one comes as the poverty and homelessness. Then the second one comes as climate change. Poverty is a fact, or homelessness is a fact. That is true. But as per Bill Gates, he has said once during a presentation when he came to India also, he said, if you are born as a poor, it's not your mistake. But if you die as a poor itself, then it is your mistake. So here one thing is, sir, we need to have some goals and we need to plan ourselves how we can go forward. If that is there in the mind, means that is called the determination which we all have to acquire. It doesn't mean that I have to learn, I have to go to school, take a career in my life, and then sit in one place and then go forward. If that is there, some people will not be able to achieve some things, but some people will not be able to achieve that. Then we cannot blame and tell that it is because of my upbringing, all these things have happened, or it is because of my parents it had happened. No. Once you have that ability, then you can go forward. Then comes climate change. The climate change, as you all know, it is now present also in Gujarat, not just in Gujarat, all over India, everywhere, northern part of India especially, we are all facing a climate change. And we have never experienced such a huge temperature variation. Here the humidity is very high, the temperature is also going, every day it is going up. It is not coming, and we are all expecting a rain to come soon. So that also affects many people. Then comes the overpopulation. Overpopulation has some factors, but now at present, even though the overpopulation is there, because of that, some people are telling we will not get a chance, we will not get an opportunity. But there are many opportunities that are there, but still we are not going to find out what is the next new opportunity that is there. Always we say, I have to take a degree and I have to get the certificate and I have to go to a place, get a job, sit there. No, if that is there, if that will be the routine, everyone will be doing. Do something different. Do something that can be done to change yourself or myself. That is more important. Otherwise, you were blaming the overpopulation doesn't mean that it is a big career related issue. Next comes the migration stress. As Tripathi sir have already mentioned about that aspect itself. When you go change the place, the culture will be different, the language will be different, everything will be different. But it is our duty to adjust with that place and go forward. It doesn't mean that, oh, I have got a placement in this particular state or this particular area where I cannot work. No. Do something that will give you an enjoyment, and always think positive in that. Even if you see a negative aspect in that, try to see what is that 1% positive in that particular area. Then focus on that and make it elaborated. Then that 1% positivity will go to 1% positivity can go to 100% positive level, so that the negative part can be subsidized there, or can be we will not focus on that particular negative aspect. Then comes civil rights and racial discrimination. Civil rights everyone are telling civil rights are there. Because of that, many things are happening. Racial discrimination is there in some parts of the country. Some people say, some states, they say only this particular speaking people should be will be selected for this particular job. Like that, many different things are there. But in India, it's a vast democratic country. We have different culture, different languages, different people with different experience are there. We all have to involve everyone together in this. That's why the present our government is planning to bring this uniform civil code also. With that, this particular thing can be reduced. Those that rights and the racial discrimination part can be subsidized and can be reduced a lot. Then comes gender inequality. Because in career choosing, some people will think that I have to take this particular career or I have to take this particular career. Even some people will say, how can you take that particular career? It is a majority of the people will take that career. It is because if you are a female, you will not take that career. If you are a male, you can take that career. That is the thing that people used to tell. If you want to become a good rider, then people will say that I have to take this particular uh, competition, so I have to go. Then people will degrade that particular person and say, you are a female, how can you go for a ride? So these kinds of things are coming. Even for medical practitioners also, some people will say the surgery or the MS master in surgery cannot be taken by female doctors. It is wrong, but there are people who have that ability. So we need to encourage those people and make them come out. Then that opportunity level can be widened out. Instead of just focusing on that, as I said earlier, 1% negative and a positive should be made into a big large 100%. Then these things can be reduced. Now comes the healthcare availability. Healthcare availability at present, due to the pandemic situation, everything, the healthcare infrastructure of majority of the states have improved like anything. So that's way also the things are getting improved. A lot of improvement have come up. Then childhood obesity. That childhood obesity, although that part we will discuss in the next slide also. That time I will come. I'll explain to that in detail. Then this was a survey done by Times of India in 2 years back. But in this, it says that everyone are telling India is a place we are unemployed. But why it is like that? Was the 30% of Indian youths are unemployed and not involved in any education or training. They don't want to do any work. They just want to sit at one place. Father or mother will feed them, or they whatever is required, they will give them. They think in that way and sit. And if you ask them, do you have any? What is your future? What is your future plan? Nothing. I just ऐसे ही बैठना पड़ता है. But it should not be like that. You have to sit in one place. You should have an ambition. You should have an aim. Then this 30% can be reduced to even 5% or 1%. It depends on the person. It depends on the person's aim and ability of how I should go forward. If that is there, this can be reduced. Then depression is one of the key factors, but majority of the things mainly focus on depression. Why? I'll tell you one thing. Here, when a child is telling that I cannot pass the examination, 10th he will fail. First chance failed, then second chance failed, third chance, then at last he will say, oh, I cannot be in this particular, I cannot pass the examination. Then what will happen? The parents will say, okay, you sit at home. That sit at home, that criteria is making him to be in that depressive state. That the serotonin level will increase and all depressive features started to arise. And at the end, he will be a patient of, he will be diagnosed with depression and he will be treated for depression. That is the main criteria that happens, sir. Then next comes the exploitation under the name of experience. Some places, not in many known places are also. They say if you do a good work here and if we give an experience certificate, anywhere you will get a good job. And what they do is they give less pay. But the people who are qualified, people who have a good quality, they also compromise and tell, come, oh, no problem. Anyway, I am going to get a certificate. So he will compromise or she will compromise, and then she will work under that particular company, even though the pay scale is very less. In industry, if you are as per the qualification, if you want to get if you get a good amount, but here you will get not even the half of the money, then also people will work for that. That is exploitation under the name of experience. That should also be stopped. But here also it is we who are doing this mistake. Then comes the last and final one, which is written in this slide. I am not doing what I love. I'll explain to you that later on also, but I am not doing what I love. Means if if I have completed one particular course, I have completed a degree course, then I have got a job in one particular company, and I'm going to work in that place. But one point of time, you are finding out yourself that I'm not enjoying this place. I don't want to be in this particular place. Then that itself is going to be a big failure in your life. If you start to say that I'm not doing what I love, then your career or the profession which you have attained till date is is going to be wasted. One second, you have taken a wrong decision in your life. That is what this particular statement says. I am not doing what I love. Now we'll go to the next slide. Then coping with stress, that the Tripathi Saab have already explained to you very well. So I'll go to the next one, school or study problems. In school means that can be institutes, college, everything. Then study problem means some people, they are forced to do particular job, or they are forced to do particular work, and they will say, I'm not interested in this. Then they will keep on rejecting those studies. Then at the end, the marks will get reduced. That type of problems are also mainly they focus as career related issue. But according to the some research, it says that this is also a part of explanation given by the students, that study problem is a school. But if they are able to comprehend those things, and if you are able to understand things, and then also they are not studying, then that will be a psychological problem which we have to see what has to be done properly. But here they will say, I'm not interested. Then when we ask more things, they'll say, it was my father or mother's pressure that I have joined this particular course. I am not interested in this. I don't want to be in this field. So that is already his 3 or 4 years have gone, or 1 or 2 years have gone. Then again, beginning from a new career or beginning from a new place, that will have some traumatic experience will be there. Then some kind of um, problems will arise. Automatically it will arise, and he will say, in India the career related issues are very high. That will be the blame that will be given. Then comes the mental health awareness. Mental health awareness, every person in the country should be analyze or assess for mental health. If good mental health in some areas or some qualifications you require good mental health, then only you can work very well. That should also be assessed very well. Then come the body shape, body image. How my Then in some career you need a good body shape, then only you can go forward. In some places with a good healthy person, they will not select that. But that depends on the job which you are opting for. So make yourself physically also fit. Physical health is also a big important thing, so that you can reduce this career, you can improve your career very well. Next slide. Then personal safety is there. Then family conflict, that is a big issue that is coming up in every part of the country. Because family issues, then financial security, then suicide and discrimination, these four parts are very important things that are related with career related issues. Because family, if husband and wife have a conflict, that will directly or indirectly is going to affect the children in the family. Then financial security is another big thing, that I will explain to you in the next coming slides. Then suicide. Stress is one of the factors, and stress and effective time management should be managed properly. If they both cannot be managed properly, then there will be a pressure in that particular individual. That pressure will be like the pressure cooker. When if the valve is not cleaned in the pressure cooker, it will burst. The same thing happens here for suicide also. At the end, the youth will say, "Oh, I cannot work in this particular environment. I cannot do what I wanted. So it is better to quit my life." That is the main reason why majority of the people who opt a wrong career will go for to attempt suicide or commit suicide. Then discrimination parts are there that I have already mentioned. Once the uniform civil code everything comes, then this discrimination part can be completely eradicated from this particular place. Then next slide, please. Then comes workplace and study thing. That is how you are going to fit into a particular place. There are also a new kind of stress will be there, new kind of problems will be there. That is true. But how we are going to fit into that particular thing, we all have to adjust. Because it will be a new environment where you are going to study, where you are going to work. So fitting in that is more important than being heard. You need to hear what you are going to say, and you need to listen to what others say, and make sure the trust of the co-workers are gained. That is an important part where you can have a smooth career in life. Then making mistake, make openly things, tell things openly so that the mistakes can be reduced. Then time management, I have already mentioned to you earlier also. Then disagreeable co-workers, then office bullies, that and all is known, the common languages, you all know those things. Then gossipers and troublemakers. These are some of the factors that are also going to affect the career in an Indian youth. But these things has to be reduced a lot. Even there should be a monitoring system in each institute or each workplace everywhere to monitor who is the troublemaker and how to identify them. That should be some strategy should be in some countries it is there. Even in India also, some corporate sectors have already started that particular aspect to make sure smooth flow of the institute or the smooth flow of the workplace goes well without any hindrance. So that part is in still process in Indian system also, but it will come out so that that can also be removed from in future. That can also be removed from this career related issues. Next slide, please. So in all aspects, Indian youths who opt for wrong career always ends like they all wanted a prestige, practicality, practical courses or anything like that. But here you need to understand one thing. Always, some people, you have to either become a medical doctor, or you should become a chartered accountant, or you should become an engineer. But engineer means you should have higher education, PG level, MTech hai to, I mean, if that is sir, then you are a good person. See, this kind of mentality and the attitude of the people are making many of the people fall into those kinds of subjects. And at the end, when they are not interested in this particular field, or they are not having that skill, then they have to come out, or they will all struggle there. But that struggle will lead to different fatalities. Because one more thing I'll tell you, in the one reality is that many of the students, or many of them, have opted for MBA, Master of Business Administration. Everyone will say, but in that also, majority of Indian youths with MBA are still at home without doing a work. Why? It is because everyone thought that after completing MBA, you will get 100% you will get a job. No, the institute or the college or institute, wherever it is, they all take people, or they all take the trainees or the employees based on the skill of that particular person. If the skill is not there, then they will never select. Even if you have a good degree in MBA or anything, you will not be taken there. You have to take for people. You have to have your own skill. Then only you will be able to go forward. Then unemployment causes mental disorders, I have already mentioned. Then wrong career choices. Then suicide rates are also increasing. Now I'll go very fast. Next slide, please. This also you can skip, because in this majority of the things that was there, That was mainly because only 7 or 8 career in Indian system, the youth focus. Baki rest of the things, they don't focus. That is a big problem that many of the youths are telling, we are still unemployed. There are many opportunities, but they are not exploring and going forward to see what is the next thing. Here, previous slide, please. Then now the ideal step, now we are going to conclude this. Ideal step regarding the Indian context is to achieve goal, you should be like a crow. Study with full concentration like a crane. Sleep like a dog. Should eat less. Eat less means not with average level of diet should be there. Then to be away from home, because NFSU is a place where always our Director General, at present the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vyas, are always, even when we were there, it is a temple that is away from home. That should be, that is still the culture there, that is followed there, that we all should follow in every part wherever we work. In the next slide, please. So, and this next, Janedo. So this is what it says, that what I have explained in the previous slide, the same thing, it has been written in Hindi and in next slide, please. So this is the pictorial representation of what I said to you. Means you should achieve goal like the crow. Means you should work hard. Then full concentration like a crane. Then comes sleep like a dog, but should be always active. Then eat, should eat less means not full average meal should be there. Then to be away from home. That is what in the last slide says. Now, next slide, please. So this is one of the quote which I want to conclude and tell you that all are equal in birth and in death. Difference arise only during interval. The emperor and the beggar both are born naked. They sleep equally silently. They bow out without even leaving their new address. Then how can their reality be different? There can be no doubt on this score. All are basically the same. So it is an interval part of your life where you choose a career and go forward. So at the end, the bus, thank you so much. And next slide. Yes, thank you so much. So I hope this has been, you all have understood what I said. Thank you so much. And I think I have taken little time more. And sorry to Smitha madam for taking little extra time.
So much for an informative session, sir. I would like to invite our next speaker for the day, Dr. Bhavya Gehlot. Dr. Bhavya is an assistant professor in clinical and neuropsychology's master's program. She earned her PhD in psychology from the Defense Institute of Psychological Research, DRDO, Ministry of Defense. She has 6 years of experience as a mental health professional. Her principal research interests are positive psychology, organization behavior, military psychology, trauma counseling, and psychological first aid. Today, ma'am will be sharing her insights on exam anxiety. Over to you, ma'am. There's some technical glitch. Just hold for a moment.
Thank you so much, Kudrat. And thank you, Dr. Bibin and Dr. Ravikesh sir, for laying such a fertile ground for this very topic. As we're speaking on exam anxiety in students, and before we understand exam anxiety, it is important for us to understand what exactly anxiety is. So, anxiety is our body's response. It is a natural body's response to any kind of stress that we are under. It is very natural for every individual to undergo any kind of anxiety. And some level of anxiety, as the previous speaker has said, is very good for us because it keeps us motivated and it keeps us alert and awake in all the situations. Now, for exam anxiety in particular, I'll be covering my presentation in three parts. First is what is exam anxiety, how it impacts our academic performance, and how to cope with exam anxiety. So, exam anxiety is basically a tense and unsettling anticipation of a threatening but vague event and feeling of unease and suspense. So, basically, what happens is that in exam anxiety, the kind of anxiety we have for unfamiliar things, for anything which is not known to us, it starts affecting our performance. So one of the main researchers who has worked on exam anxiety says that it is a physiological and a behavioral response that results upon from overthinking of negative consequences of failing an exam or any other academic evaluation. Now, what is important to remember is that exam anxiety actually results when we keep thinking about the failure of consequences in evaluation situations. When we don't feel any kind of evaluation situation, we don't feel exam anxiety. Therefore, we are not able to prepare ourselves for that particular kind of situation. It is only under when we are in under evaluation situation that we feel that there are going to be some consequences or probably a failure which is going to affect us, which leads to exam anxiety. So some of the myths related to exam anxiety are that first, that exam anxiety is nothing but a normal nervousness. A lot of students mistake exam anxiety as something which is very natural and something which is very normal for us to feel. It is way beyond normal nervousness. Exam anxiety is nothing just like nervousness. It is something which impacts our performance. It is something which is above our level of control. Therefore, it is just a myth in the society and in students that this is just very normal for us to feel. We can actually cope with exam anxiety and we can take care of exam anxiety if we actually recognize and acknowledge it as a problem which can be taken care of. Now, the next myth which is there for exam anxiety is that students who are highly motivated, students who put in a lot of effort, they don't feel exam anxiety. This is not true. Students who are highly motivated, who put in a lot of effort, they are just as much vulnerable to test anxiety and exam anxiety as other students are. Even when you put in a lot of effort, it is natural for us to feel underconfident and be afraid and feel some kind of fear for the situation that we will be seeing during the exams. So basically, researchers have identified three main types of anxious students. First are the ones who do not have adequate study and test preparation strategies, and they realize the deficiency and they know that they are not well prepared for testing situations and are therefore worried. The next type of student which researchers have identified are the ones who had adequate strategies in their repertoire and use them but become distracted during the exams. So these are the students who know how to study, who know how to apply it, but they get distracted while they're appearing in the exams. Last type, which the researchers have recognized, is the other ones who are mistakenly believe that they have adequate strategies and do poorly on tests and are anxious and they keep wondering why. So these are the people who have enough adequate strategies, but they are doing poorly and they keep wondering why is it that in the exam situation they are not able to perform. So let's come the main topic that is there is the how is exam anxiety actually affecting us. So exam anxiety affects our academic performance. So it has some kind of negative effect on our academic performance. One is it affects us through emotional. So in emotions we feel that there is fear and panic. So one response that actually happens is that there is some kind of fear regarding the exam and students start panicking. The other kind of negative impact that exam anxiety has on academic performance, it affects our cognitive ability. We lose our concentration, we are not able to concentrate and we are not able to recall and retrieve from our memory. A lot of time when we are under any kind of anxiety and particularly exam anxiety, what happens is that we know we have to put in effort, we know that we have to concentrate on a topic, but we are unable to do that because we are so distracted and we are under a response from we are under a stressful situation. The third kind of effect that it has on academic performance is a physiological reaction, which basically consists perspiration and heart rate acceleration. Many times students must have felt that when they're writing the exams, their hands keep getting sweaty again and again. So this is a kind of a physiological situation in which they are not able to control the natural responses, and that starts affecting their academic performance. More specifically, exam anxiety may cause physiological symptoms such as abdominal cramps, sweaty and trembling hands, dry mouth, emotional psychological symptoms such as panic and fear, memory problems, or some concentration and attention difficulties, and behavioral symptoms such as nail biting, sleep disorders, and hyperactivity. So we can see that exam anxiety actually affects us in three ways: emotional, cognitive, and physiologically. So the three main fears of anxious students are fear of the unknown, fear of inadequacy, and fear of stakes. So we'll be looking after all these fears, what these are, and how to cope with these fears. So first fear which is there for exam anxiety is fear of the unknown, because the students don't know what kind of question is going to come in the exam and what exactly they'll be have to answer to. So there is always a fear of unknown. So for basically dealing with this kind of coping strategy, we can use three ways. First is to make ourselves the test which we'll be seeing as a known quantity as possible. That means that the syllabus which is there for us, we should be able to go through it thoroughly. It should not be an unknown territory for us. So the more we know about the syllabus, the more are the chances that we will not have fear of the unknown. The next is to recreate the test conditions, such as location, going through old test papers, and time constraints. By location, I mean that the student should be able to write the exam or even write some kind of test exams in the same location where they'll be actually writing their main exam. Going through all test papers is also important because that provides them an overview of what kind of questions can actually come in their main exam. And the next is the time constraints. When the students are aware that they are under a time bound, their performance gets affected. So if they practice their time constraints prior to the actual exam, they'll be able to take care of the exam anxiety, and their body and their cognitive abilities will get used to it. The next is to actually ask your professor and teacher. A lot of times students make this mistake that they'll keep asking their peers and friends, but they are not very comfortable approaching their teachers and professors. The best way to actually deal with the fear of unknown is to get in touch with your professor and ask for the format in which the question paper will come, the materials and expectations of the teacher regarding the test. That way they'll be confident that the exam that they're trying to get to, the exam that they have to complete, they are able to do that in a better manner. The next fear that students usually have is fear of inadequacy. Now, fear of inadequacy is being unprepared for the challenge. So, to complete any kind of exam, it is important that we first complete the self-study. Okay, from self-study, we have to move towards a good preparation with disciplined time and schedule. If we are not adequately prepared for the exam, we'll always feel anxiety and our performance will be affected. The next is to use the entire semester and not just the preparatory leave. The entire semester has to be used for completing our syllabus and not just the preparatory leave which is provided to us before the exam. The preparatory leave is only to revise the syllabus and not to actually familiarize ourselves with the syllabus in the first place. The next is to revision of the material which is known to us. That way we can know the gaps which is there in our learning. We can crystallize our facts and concepts. Next is to study passively, to study actively and not passively. A lot of times students are unable to recall information in their viva because they are not studying in an active manner. They are studying in a passive manner, and when they actually have to remember the information, they are not able to recall the information. The next is to actually be confident and keep telling yourself to do well. The last and very effective way is to actually write down your worries on a piece of paper 10 minutes before the exam. That way you can complete that way you can actually write down your all worries on a piece of paper and you can get it over with and focus on the exam. The last is the fear of stakes, which is actually fear of failure. Now, the fear of stakes is basically the performance on one test does not define your existence. Students have to realize that it is not that their whole life is on stake with their with the exam at hand, and therefore they should not feel the fear of failure. Next is academic performance is only one factor of learning. Student success is learning is dependent on value creation as well as their relationship building. Next is to think of your test as one examination of a small body of knowledge you have learned over a period of time. We should focus on feeding off that pressure and anxiety by honing your skills and increase your confidence. The aim of the exam is to make students stronger and not weaker. Therefore, students should focus on learning more things and be able to recall them in exam and not just focusing on the anxiety and the pressure it creates. The last and most important thing is to maintain some kind of perfectionism, but not unhealthy perfectionism. When we try to aim for perfectionism, which is too high for ourselves, which when we make unrealistic goals, it becomes unhealthy for us. The last is to remember that past failures do not define our future and our existence. So if we have failed on certain exams in the past, that we should not get affected by that. I would like to end by a note in which says that in adversity, we should remember to keep an even mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed helpful. Our enthusiastic audience has posed multiple questions. With the chair's permission, I'd like to present some of the questions. My first question is to you, Ms. Dr. Ravikesar. Can you discuss some study skill strategies that have proven to be effective for performance?
Strategy. Tanvit, would you like to comment on this effective study strategy that can prove an effective performance? Anything you'd like to add? Please go.
Uh, yes, sir, there are so many effective strategies, but that too depends on person to person. Like individual factors are involved in practicing those strategies. First is, as our previous ma'am has discussed about the topic exam anxiety, and she has also shared a kind of like how to deal with those crucial period anxiety, like revision, revise your syllabus well. Somehow that will be like problem focused strategy, as we have already discussed. Sir has already spoken about that. So it's a problem focused strategy. Revise it and don't. It's not like कि पूरे साल भर थोड़ा 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 पढ़ो. It's not like कि एग्जाम के एक दिन पहले ही पूरा syllabus आपको cover करना है. That will contribute to the anxiety. So थोड़ा 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 पढ़िए, daily पढ़िए, revise कीजिए, make your notes, make it simple as much as possible. Also, as sir has discussed in the talk, like ask your faculty, ask your teachers. They will give you the suggestion. They will help you solving the problems. And then sir has talked about some emotional focus strategies, like relaxation strategies that has been proven to increase your attention level, also your concentration level. Also, when your mind is relaxed, your mind is more open to grab the things. Then again, the relaxation techniques, exercise has been proven to make your brain more sharp, because as sir has discussed, there's a link between thought and body, right? The more oxygen we get through exercise, the more brain oxygen, the blood supply to the brain, and it will eventually increase your concentration or attention level. So all these are the strategies. Meanwhile, you can also apply one more strategies that is quite effective. It's like positive affirmation. It's like the optimistic view, like I can do it, I can do it. So what happens? It's the kind of self-instruction techniques. What you say to yourself, your mind started to process that thing. जो भी हम बोलते हैं वो actually mind process करने लगता है, that eventually manifest. So all these are the techniques.
One thing I would like to add from research point of view, if you try to use any strategy, all the strategies are going to affect your brain related processes. And it has been proven that your working memory is strongly associated with your academic performance. If you have good working memory, probably you are going to excel in your academic. Means all cognitive components are important. Working memory actually plays a crucial role. To enhance working memory, probably if you ask me, I'll suggest you need to, take good sleep and take care of your body. If and regular exercise is another key factor which is going to enhance your working memory. So if you try to take care of your body and mind, it is going to, help to improve several cognitive processes. As far as any proven effective strategy, I think Tanvit already said that it depends from person to person and there are individual variations. Some people may like it, some people may not like it. So we would not suggest anything which is not, scientifically proven. But yes, if by any means you can enhance your working memory and cognitive resources, certainly it is going to affect your learning outcome.
And also, sir, we have been seeing like in especially in youths, we are indulged in a lot of junk food, and we are not taking care of our diet. So our diet, the nutritional food that we take, that also plays an important role in our concentration. So please take care of your health, your diet, your physical as well as your mental health.
Thank you so much, Tanveer and sir. It was very insightful. Our next question is to you, Dr. Bibin, sir. How to deal with family expectations and our own aspirations with respect to career, our own aspirations.
Can you just repeat that question once again?
How to deal with family expectations and one's own aspirations with respect to career.
Okay. Family is an important part of life, and family is the place where we all get a lot of exposure, lot of knowledge, the basic knowledge how to interact with people, everything. But family means the parents, father, mother, and siblings, if it is out there. But these all as people comes together in harmony and it should go forward. But so as a father or as a mother, once my child comes up, he or she should be in this post, or he or she should get this particular job, or he or she should go in this direction, so or she will have a good future in the life. But the child will have some other expectations. But in this place, there will be a conflict between, there could be a conflict. But here, the child or that student should have a balanced diplomatic level pay. He should explain things. Why he is not interested with this particular track, or why he is not interested with this particular profession, but why he wanted to choose his own career. So if we explain to him or the parents clearly why I need this particular profession, why what this is my aspiration, but even though you have an expectation like this, I need to go in this particular field. So if we are explaining to our parents clearly, they will understand those things. But we need to give, but our parents will always have one particular factor, that is, my child should be in a safe place. He or she should get a good job and he or she should be well settled. But the aspirations thing will be, it will, they will have some kind of thing that sometimes it can have some kind of negative impact also. But here, if, for example, if I say, if one child wants to become a good singer, in one example, so his aspiration is to become a good singer or a music composer and he wants to become a good singer. But that can be done once he attains a particular course or a particular degree. Then if he go, then the safety of a degree will be there in the hand. Then he can aspire that particular job, or what he aspire, he can take that and go forward. So here parents can also be satisfied, as well as his aspiration can also go forward. But if they go parallel, it is okay, parallel, then it is fine. But extremely two different poles are there, then it will have some conflict. So that has to be explained to them clearly by either by the faculties or experienced people. Then both parents and the child can have a decision together and then go forward. That's it. Hope that is understood.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
I would request Dr. Bhavya ma'am to address my next question. What are some ways to manage exam anxiety right before the exam?
Thank you, Putrat. So right before the exam, the students, what they can do is they can write their worry on a piece of paper and they can just put it aside. That way, whatever worry is there in their mind regarding their exam, it is put it down on a piece of paper and it is done away with. That way, at least 50% of the stress goes away when they write it down and they set it aside. The other strategy which really works is when the student keeps telling themselves that this exam is not the end of the world. They should realize that the whatever preparatory time was there, that is complete. The revision time is complete. Now there's not much that they can do about the exam at that point of time. So what they have to do is they have to be confident in whatever they had learned. That way they'll remain relaxed and calm and they'll be able to retrieve and recall information whatever they have learned earlier. So these two things are something which the students can do right before the exam and which will affect their performance.
One thing I would like to add, one more technique, what Bhavya has suggested. In addition to that, probably they can take deep breath during, when they are feeling very anxious. They should try to take deep breath, and that has shown, it can reduce anxiety dramatically. It can bring down anxiety very dramatically down. So I think deep breath technique can be used, or they can use distraction. Like they can divert their attention to some other stimulus which can be fear provoking, and that can reduce their anxiety very dramatic manner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. I'd now like to invite Dr. Smitha Pandey, our sessions chair, to give her insightful observation and closing remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Actually, this was a wonderful session for the students. The panel discussion by Dr. Ravikesh and Ms. Tanmeet was really very beneficial, would have been really very beneficial for the students. And I understand that students might have benefited by it, and it was very enlightening about how students should lead their life, basically about how to remove stress, how to cope with stress, basically, and how to help themselves living with a happy life. Next session was about the career related issues by Bibin Zakaria, and it was also very much beneficial and very much fruitful. Basically, it was helpful in dealing with conflicts when parents impose their demands and wishes on the students, and students have to choose between what are their wishes and what has been imposed by their parents. So I would also suggest that the best way is to explain the pros and cons in terms of your interest to your parents. How and why you are looking for it. Why is it your passion? How will you do well? You have to give them more confidence to your parents and superiors that you will do things better if you choose as per your interests and abilities. And their last session was regarding exam related worries by Dr. Bhavya. Dr. Bhavya has also beautifully covered it, and she has given the practical tips how to prepare for exams. And basically, while preparing for exams, and you have to be stress free, you should not be bothered about the performance of your exams. I have also spoken in the last session, because when you are thinking that how I will perform in my exams, then you're really worried. And when you are enjoying the process each moment, then you are doing it well. Moreover, you should not be studying last day. You should be preparing for exams since the beginning of your academic session. Then you will be completing your exams very well because you're enjoying the process since the beginning and you're sincere since the beginning. So I congratulate all the three speakers They have spoken well, they have done justice to the job, and I hope that the audience must have got benefited with it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, I'd like to close the second session of this webinar by expressing my sincere gratitude to the session chair and all the speakers. Thank you.
It has been rightly said, there's no shame in beginning again, for you to build bigger and better than before. I, Ramdev, am pleased to welcome you all to the third and last session of the webinar, which talks about addiction in youth. The session shall be chaired by Dr. Deepthi Bhatt. Dr. Deepthi Bhatt is a psychiatrist at Ahmedabad's Hospital for Mental Health. She is the project manager for Gujarat's Digital Academy for Mental Health and DNB program coordinator. Dr. Deepthi also oversees the occupational therapy department at the Hospital for Mental Health in Ahmedabad. We're delighted to have you, ma'am, as the chairperson for the session. Our first speaker for this session is Dr. Chirag Parmar. Dr. Chirag Parmar is a psychiatrist at the Hospital of Mental Health and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Gujarat Institute of Mental Health. He has 10 years of professional experience in the field of mental health. Sir will be sharing his insights on the topic addiction in youth. Sir, I hereby request you to please take the session forward.
Thank you very much. And my regards to the chair for this session, Dr. Deepthi Ben, as well as fellow speakers. Now, this is the last session of this whole program. So I think we are getting the least attention from the viewers. And so for keeping in that mind, my presentation will be very small and it will be brisk. The material which I have presented, it's a kind of a for knowledge, because addiction is a very vast topic, and nearly after doing psychiatry, there is a 3-year course for addiction psychiatry. So definitely you can understand this is very vast topic. So this is very brief. Let's start with some terms which we usually use as a psychiatrist. And first term is the addiction. Addiction, as a lay term, it is also used. And the meaning of addiction in simple word, it is just like that: a person involved in an activity which is kind of harmful, but knowing this harmful effect, person is still kind of addicted, still kind of attached to the activity. And this leads to so many problems in later life. National Mental Health Survey of 2015 and 16 has seen this addiction in the range of around 10 to 35%. So addiction, although it is a late term, but in our psychiatry term, we are using the substance use disorder. And this prevalence of this substance use disorder was around 10 to 35%. 35% highest in some state like Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan also. And in between, averaging of this substance use disorder was around 18%, common for most of the age group as well as the most of the substance also. And when we see person using some substance, they usually develop kind of dependence on the substance, in the form of that if they do not take the substance, they develop some form of discomfort. Now this discomfort can be in the form of physical as well as psychological. The prominent neurotransmitter which is responsible for addictive property of any substance or any activity is dopamine. And dopamine is present in brain. It is released at certain location of the brain, and it will produce the kind of euphoria, and that the reward usually the person with addiction is seeking. Drug and substance, we can understand that which drug used as a kind of addiction. There is a tolerance and withdrawal. Withdrawal, as we speak in dependence, and tolerance, by which we mean that after taking substance for few weeks, few months, the same amount of substance usually does not give the high which it was previously giving to the person. So because of that, a person need to increase the substance use again and again. So these are just a few terms which we usually use, and this term is going to be used in this session also. Now let's start from the current medical understanding of the addiction. So the reward circuit, as I said in previous slide, the dopamine, which is a very prominent neurochemical in the brain, which is kind of responsible for whole the addiction process, is released from the ventral tegmental area. Is shown by the arrow. And this ventral tegmental area of the brain, the neurons which are present in this area release the dopamine throughout the brain, but prominently it is in the frontal lobe as well as it is in the nucleus accumbens, and this both gives a kind of reward or substance seeking behavior. Now to understand this substance seeking behavior, we need to understand certain natural reward. This natural reward we can understand from as if you have seen any athlete achieving success. So we might recall some of the incident when few person like Usain Bolt has smashed the record of 100-meter race, or any football team winning the match or winning the tournament. Now, this is the natural reward. This natural reward is kind of long lasting. It lasts for few hours to few days also. It is shared. Person who has achieved the thing, they also feel the same kind of joy, as well as the person who has been kind of connected with it. Like uh, any fan of football team who is watching their team win, and they also feel the same kind of pleasure. Similarly, academic achievement is also kind of natural reward, and this is also long lasting. It is also shared. One of mine and Dr. Diptiben's close aid daughter has achieved a success in the UPSC, and we have seen the whole family achieving this kind of a reward, a pleasure, as well as looking at them, we are also kind of feel that kind of a reward. So that's the natural reward. Natural reward usually gives you kind of pleasure which is long lasting and which is usually sad, and it is achieved after hard work. So now, person who is kind of seeking reward, not able to get kind of natural reward, may turn into artificial reward, and this artificial reward is usually this kind of addiction. It is very short lasting, and it is usually not shared. Okay, going to next slide. I would like to putting emphasis on the biopsychosocial model of psychiatric disorders cause. Someone in a YouTube channel watching this program has asked this question, that what causes mental health problem. And as a physician, we usually are not able to pinpoint any particular cause, but it is also not the pinpoint cause which is producing mental illness. Mental illness is produced by bio, psycho, and social. These three things together produces mental illness. Bio in the form of your physical health, hormones, nutritional status, genetics. Psycho in the form of mental well-being, coping skill, personality, and social in the form of surrounding stress, surrounding atmosphere. This all together can produce mental illness, and this leads to current understanding of mental illness. And we can, if we have seen any kind of a bridge which is based on kind of a structure. Now, if the one structure is weak, the bridge is gonna be weak. Some heavy vehicles may not pass this bridge, but vehicle like cycle can pass this kind of a damaged bridge. So many times stress, which is very heavy stress, can lead to mental illness in a person having some biological issues or having some psychological disturbance previously, like a predisposing factor like family history or personality disorders like that. So any stress, this kind of psychological situation as well as biological situation together produces any kind of illness. And to have addiction, this all bio, psycho, and social model comes together. In bio, we can say a person having Asian ethnicity kind of less prone to produce alcohol dependence in comparison to Caucasian ethnicity. So definitely bio has also role. Psycho person with personality disorders are more prone to have a substance use disorder. And social, so it's in a kind of a stress. So as previously Dr. Ravikesh Tripathi has discussed, stress with poor coping skill can also lead to substance use disorder. Many times just peer pressure or having a idea of an experiment with the substance can also lead to single use, and this single use may have an effect with the reward mechanism which leads to next time further use of substance. If a person feels reward after taking substance, he feels high after taking substance, the next time the impulse to take substance is very high, and this impulse gradually turns into the compulsion. And this is the kind of a cycle of addiction from experiment to compulsion. Person starts using as experiment but end into the compulsion that they need to take substance. Now compulsion can be because of just withdrawal symptom or just because of dependence also. Next slide please. So addiction usually does not come alone. Most of the co-occurring disorders are in the form of personality disorder, anxiety disorder, depression, and ADHD. These disorders most of the times are present in a person with addiction. Personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, or borderline personality disorder who has an issue with the impulse control. Anxiety disorder, depression, people usually many times use the substance as a kind of self-medication. This substance may give them calmness. So this anxiety disorder, depression may be a self-medicating by the substance. ADHD, again, the poor impulse control, novelty seeking is very high, and this might lead to substance use disorders in this kind of condition. In next slide, I would discuss some adverse effect of substance, and this is basically a physical as well as mental. Next slide, please. Physical adverse event, mostly poor nutritional status, is common with all the substance. Any substance you pick and it produces kind of poor nutritional status. Alcohol very much, cannabis very much, opioid very much producing this kind of poor nutritional status because the micronutrients, vitamins, they are poorly absorbed because of the poor nutritional status. HIV, hepatitis, is when a person uses a substance with a kind of IV use, injectable use. So HIV and hepatitis risk is very common. Heart attack mostly with tobacco use, it's very common because tobacco produces atherosclerosis and that is gonna produce heart attack. Cancer, as we all know, tobacco, even alcohol can also produce liver cancer. Alcohol produces liver and kidney pathology very prominently. So these are the physical conditions which usually produced by substance, and we as a psychiatrist are more kind of involved in a mental effect of a substance, and we have seen paranoia, that is kind of suspiciousness, fearfulness, because of this substance. This person is continuously looking over their shoulder that someone is behind them, someone is trying to harm them. With the use of substance, anxiety, mood fluctuation is very common. Continued use of substance leads to sleep problem as well as cognitive problem also. In cognitive problem, many times substance serves the purpose while it destroys. So when we talk about tobacco or kind of a stimulant medication, uh, these both the substance for a short period of time gives sharpness in mind. It is for short time, it increases concentration, it increases the ability, cognitive ability, but in a longer run it is destroying the cognitive processes. And this has lead to a kind of a notion that addiction is functional. It serves while it destroys. And addiction is kind of relationship between the person and the object or the activity, whichever the addictive activity is there. Person as involved in the substance or a kind of activity, it gradually loses the previous activity, which is a kind of a having natural reward. So person taking substance or having addiction gradually moves from the natural reward to artificial reward. Along with this change, or we can say in this cycle, person develops physical discomfort because of the substance, as well as substance produces mental discomfort or many kind of mental disorders. So this leads to kind of a functional as well as social occupational disturbance in the life of a person, and that we put as a substance use disorder. A person who involved in addiction which leads to total life destruction in the form of functional as well as occupational or social disturbance. Next slide, please. Now, I will in shortly we'll talk about some substance, and the first substance which usually work as a gateway for youth is a tobacco and inhalant. Now, tobacco and inhalant is very commonly available in our neighborhood, and both the substance are usually they work as a gateway because the whole substance world is open for a youth now. This is the first substance they usually try. This substance is uh, kind of a society uses at large. Tobacco very much used. Inhalant is very much available at kind of stationary in a petrol pump station like that. So these are the available substance, and this leads to kind of a gateway mechanism. The substance world is open for the youth, and from here person seeks more artificial reward. Person seek more kind of a pleasure, and for that he gradually shift from this gateway substance to higher substance, and these higher substance are shown in the next slide. These are usually alcohol. Along with alcohol, cannabis, opioid, hallucinogen, stimulant, these are for most common psychoactive substance along with alcohol. And then there are others which are usually benzodiazepine medicine, which is used for sleep, or a mixture of these things. So in current practice, youth mostly uses a drug MD, which all you people might be aware of. It's a kind of mixture of stimulant as well as benzodiazepine. Many times cannabis is also involved in it. And this kind of a mixture of substance is also very much common. It produces uh, multiple withdrawal symptom, different groups withdrawal symptoms, and it has a very large effect of the mental health of a person. This psychoactive substance, next slide please. This psychoactive substance is not the only thing which is producing addiction. Certain kind of activities are also producing addiction, and this activity is mostly related with gambling or video gaming, internet or mobile addiction, or a certain sexual perversion, which are also a kind of addiction. I think next speaker, Ms. Rupangi, will speak about social media and its addiction. So that will be covered in detail. Going to next part of the addiction, this presentation, it's all about what to do if a person having addiction, what should be done. Now, many of the times a person with addiction feels that this addiction is under their control. They can stop as per their wish, they can start as per their wish, and this is the kind of a myth. We as a mental health professional need to share this view that addiction is not in a control of a person who does the addiction, but actually the person is under control of the addictive substance. So what to do? Consult doctor. We at the Hospital for Mental Health Ahmedabad, a team of psychiatrists work with a team of therapists also. And what we do as a doctor is we treat the withdrawal symptom. We treat co-occurring psychiatric condition as well as therapist. So therapy session is also given. Consult therapies as at Buddha Psychological Service at NFSU or HMH also we have a therapy service, and therapy is basically giving you a long way to build your life out of this addiction. And for that, I think Dr. Vishwajit Dey sir will talk about therapy sessions, what to do in therapy. So anyone who has a problem with addiction, just they need to take a step, they need to consult doctor or therapist. Next slide, please. So in general, to prevent addiction, we need to improve mental health of a person, and the coping skill was very well taken by Dr. Ravikesh Tripathi. He explained positive coping skill as well as negative coping skill. Mental health professionals usually try to shift a person from a negative coping skill to positive coping skill, and positive coping skill can be many things: talking with friend, talking with parent, or doing exercise, jogging, like that. So many things can be a positive coping skill. Emotional intelligence was also talked by, also kind of explained by Dr. Ravikesh Tripathi, and as he said, emotional intelligence is not only about identifying our emotions or other person's emotion, but it is also about to regulate the emotion. We should have our focus more towards natural reward, to kind of a shift from addiction to natural reward, and that will give us a very well platform to jump from the addictive world. Meditation, as we all know, meditation gives a good mental health and at the same time physical health. Ms. Tanvit also talked about physical health, any kind of physical illness. If you improve the physical health, your mental health is definitely going to improve, because mental health and physical health both are together. So I think I will end here, because as I said, addiction is very vast topic, and I just want to cover a few important part, the gist point of this addiction part. And thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for inviting me. and also I want to congratulate the team NFSU as they included this topic in this session. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That was an extremely educative session. Our next speaker for the day is Ms. Rupangi Shah. Ms. Rupangi Shah is an RCI licensed clinical psychologist who works as a visiting faculty at School of Behavioral Sciences, National Forensic Sciences University. Her research interests includes mindfulness, cognitive behavior therapy, and dissociative disorders. Today, ma'am would be throwing light on the intriguing concerns regarding social media addictions. I now hand over the session sincerely to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for introducing me. Just Thank you. So, social media addiction. Social media we know, and for addiction, Chirag sir has in detail told you that what is addiction, why does it happen, and how to deal with it. Now, in that entire presentation, and otherwise also, whenever we think of the word addiction, the first thing that comes to our mind is either smoking or drinking or chewing tobacco. Do we ever think that no, social media usage is also addictive? Mobile, internet, gaming is also addictive. From past 5, 6 years, we have started using this term because we have started experiencing it. But today, I want all of us to reflect on certain things to be able to understand our own usage of social media. So let's reflect on a few things. How many times? Now, I want genuinely all of you to answer these questions for yourself, not for me, not for anybody else, for yourself. How many times do you check who has checked your story or your post? What happens is we use so many social media platforms and we keep posting certain things. Do we ever realize or do we ever notice that, okay, in 24 hours, this is the amount of time I'm spending in checking these things? I mean, do we think that does something meaningless keeps you glued to the screen? Just think of the times wherein after 15, 20 minutes, when you keep your mobile aside and you realize that what was I watching? What was I actually reading? And we are not aware about it. We are just mindlessly scrolling through. There's one reel that we watch, and maybe we wanted to watch, but then in social media is smart. They will give you suggestions, and you keep watching, and which has no purpose, which has no meaning, but you're still watching. At times, it happens that we keep watching content which is not at all relevant. So, for example, there are really this cute DIY art and craft videos. There are so many recipe videos, so many things that are there. But are you watching something which you are planning to do, or which you are interested in, or which you want to gain some knowledge about? Or you're just viewing it meaninglessly? And you have no clue that, okay, it took so much of your time. So think that does something meaningless keeps you stuck to the screen? Another question. Does constant social media use makes you feel jealous, incompetent, or boring? Do you often feel FOMO? FOMO, I'm sure all of you know, fear of missing out. I would like to share an example, a case here. 3 months back at Buddha Psychological Center, we had a patient, a 22-year-old girl, Miss X. She had come and she said that, "Ma'am, I'm very boring, and I'm not just cool." And you won't believe the example she gave. She said, "I am like Naina from Ye Jawani Hai Diwani, and from that, I want to be something, who is very cool, who is very outgoing." So the first question we asked her was, okay, why? Like, why do you want to be that? Ma'am, because everybody else is like that. You just look around. People are hanging out. People are going out. They're going for vacations. They are eating amazing food. And they are so talented. They are so smart. They're posting cool pictures. And I am such a simple, boring kind of a person, a very mango people, aam janta kind of a person I am. So I don't want to be that. That was all stemming from her low self confidence, a need to seek approval from others, and a lot of other things. So we need to think that constant social media use, is that inducing some negative feelings in me or not? Also, at times, do we feel fear of missing out? Just think, tell me that how many times it has happened that your friends are going somewhere, you're not going, and you will tell them that please don't tag me, I'll feel a FOMO, and please don't do this without me, and all of it. So, to some extent, just for fun, it is fine. But then we need to know that to what extent we are feeling this way. Is it creating the social media use? Is it creating need for approval? That I need to post a really cool comment, a really sarcastic comment that everybody notices, and everybody then has an opinion about me that oh my god, wow, OMG, epic comment she or epic post she has posted, anything like that. I need to crack a joke. I need to bring the content which makes me give that approval. Is it happening? Just think, is it happening to you? Another major concern, is it an obligation to be active on social media? Is it becoming a compulsion? Think, if somebody tells you that what, you're not on Facebook, like you're not on Instagram, how? And then it feels कि कोई pressure है क्या, कोई compulsion है कि सबके पास होना ही चाहिए? Are people creating that pressure on you, or are you also in the category of judging people who who are not on social media? Then they are labeled as anti-social. पीछे के generation के old age 90s generation वाले, they are called that. But then we need to think that is social media use out of choice or out of obligation? We need to think for ourselves. Another thing I felt we should think is, what do I get from knowing where is somebody, what did he eat, where did she check in? We at times we really follow some people's posts for this. That acha, where is she? Where are they? Where did she eat that hot chocolate brownie, sizzling brownie? How? But then just think of pre-social media era. I don't know if you can imagine that or not. Me being a 90s kid, I can imagine. I've lived in a pre-social media era, so I can imagine. Just think that was it ever the case that we would, after coming from vacation, we would go to 500 houses and say, knock, knock, I was here, I did this, and look at the video. Did we ever do that? Yes, we always want our loved ones to know that. We always want our friends, our immediate family members to know the updates. पता नहीं आ गई थी ये किया, that is fine. But then what about 500 followers, so-called followers and friends that you have on social media? And exact other way around. Do we think that why do we want others to know about our daily activities? If it is professional, if it is something that is adding to your goal, if it is something I would say is making some sense, some meaning, some purpose, then okay. But then day to day minor things, that today my dog did this and I took him to this checkup, and today I fell down here. Initially, I thought these were not the problems, but in past 4 or 5 years of being in this field and in practice, I've seen so many such cases. I mean, I won't say cases, but people coming with same dialogues that I'm using right now. So yes, I feel we need to think that We have this need to know everything about others and to share it with others. Then, yes, think of this thing. When was the last time? When was the last time you were very happy, comfortable about you not using social media for an entire day or maybe your phone? When was it? Because what has happened is this all this enormous amount of information has created this need to keep checking the phone all the time. If we are waiting at the traffic signal for 120 seconds, which is 2 minutes, we would immediately take our phone, check the notifications, respond, or maybe put it back. If we go somewhere and we are asked to wait for a minute, then just be seated here, I'll be there in a minute. For that 30 seconds also, we'll take our phone, scroll the notifications. So just imagine, just think that when was the last time you were happy and comfortable without your phone. You didn't have your mobile data, you didn't have your phone, you didn't have your social media throughout the day, but you were comfortable. You didn't have that anxiety. अरे बाप रे चार्ज नहीं है मेरा फोन कैसे चलेगा फोन नहीं है कैसे चलेगा 1 मिनट हो गई कहाँ चला गया फोन मिल नहीं रहा you were not panicking. You didn't have to bridge those 2 minutes कि नहीं चाहिए 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 वो gap आपको you were comfortable with that gap. So we need to think about it. And the most important thing I feel, am I getting a good return from my time investment? As a hardcore Gujarati person, I always have this thing. I would always think that, okay, if I'm investing my time in something, what am I getting? Am I getting something or not? It need not be monetary, be it anything, but am I getting anything? So we need to know no, that what are we getting out of this much of time investment? Am I getting physical and mental exhaustion? Because we all know, I don't need to tell anybody, we all know there are a number of research coming that because of social media use, people have vision problems and using phone in the night time, then sleep issues, digestive issues, loneliness. There's so many things which we are facing due to excessive social media use. So we need to be conscious about our own return. That what am I getting? Because of social media, am I involving less with my real friends and family? Do I have less time for hobby? Or, do I get this negativity or toxic positivity, jealousy, low confidence? What is that I'm gaining? Or if I'm gaining genuine required knowledge that I want, if that is helping me staying in touch with the loved ones or entertainment. So we need to first know that what am I getting from my time investment, if we want to call it investment. And the last question I have is, or the last thing I want all of us to think about is social media actually making you social? Because this word social has many meanings, isn't it? So is it actually making you social, or it is making you antisocial or asocial or unhealthy or unconcerned about the world? If it is, I mean, you need to decide the side. On which side are you? Okay. Coming to, so after all this, if you feel, after reflecting upon all these things, because see, understand, if you would come to us also or anybody, we would want to know these things only, that how much is the usage, the number of hours, the pattern, and are you happy after it, negative after it, and are you so dependent on it, you can't live without it, your life is all surrounded by social media, what? We would want answers like this only. So I want all of you to do this analysis yourself, and then if you feel you are falling in this spectrum of the addiction or maybe overuse side, we have some tips for how to use social media wisely and non-addictively. The first thing is clarify purpose of use. Am I I can use social media for 5 hours a day if I'm a YouTuber. I can use social media 6 hours a day if I am doing something which is all online. I need to create online content, sell it, or whatever. Or I am gaining that knowledge, studying, or even I'm collecting information from social media profiles. So that is adding something to my long term goal. Whatever long term goal I have made, that is adding something to it. You need to clarify your purpose, even if it is entertainment. I'm not saying that we should not use it for entertainment. No, I'm not going to give you that impossible advice. No, use it, but then you need to be conscious about why are you using it. Secondly, fix or limit the number of profiles and type of content you follow. Why do we need to have that race that I'm following 1,000 people and 2,000 people are following me? Do they even know you? And do you even know them? Forget it. Otherwise, also follow certain pages that you really like, or certain people who really motivate you, or add something to your knowledge or skill or consciousness, anything positive. Otherwise, there's no point following every Tom, Dick, and Harry. There's no need. Okay. Third, keep a track. Thanks to technology, we have so many apps which track the time. How much time do we use in all these apps? You will not believe it. There are so many surveys done that when you ask somebody that, ma'am, please tell me, how many hours a day do you use Instagram? And the person would say 1 hour. And when it was tracked on an application, an objective application, it said 2 hours to 3 hours. So, what I'm trying to convey is our usage is twice or thrice more than what we feel it is. So it is better to have that objective track. Just do that for 1 week. Just do that for 1 week, and you will realize that, oh my God, am I wasting 2 3 hours in this? And then after those 2 3 hours, make a note that how entertaining was it? Even if it was entertaining, or how educative was it? How informative was it? You will get to know that, and then you will realize that, acha, doesn't make sense. There's no need. Okay. Decide a fixed time. We don't need to see for studying. We always have a fixed time, no? That 6 to 7. I will finish at 6:45, but not at 7:05. For our work, our meetings, we have a fixed time. 5 minutes ऊपर हो गया and we all want to run. Why not for social media? Why not for social media? That I will be using it once I'm done with all my work, my presentation, studying, and everything, and then only I'll do for these, let's say for 1 hour, but I'll do it then. So we need to decide that, and we need to disable notification from some apps. Please understand what happens is, if I have notifications on for all the apps, even if I'm not opening that app right now, what will I do is I'll at least read it once that, okay, Janvi Khatri shared a reel. So even if I'm going to watch it later, but right now also it is in my head that, okay, I'm going to see it later. Something is shared, and it will keep popping up. Why do we want to do that? Take one time, look at the, open it and see all the reels together, isn't it? So please disable notification for some apps. Say no to mindless scrolling. How sir mentioned, no, that we have to, for smoking, drinking, and everything, we say no. Abstinent, zero, say no. Similarly, mindless scrolling. Next time when you're mindlessly just scrolling, please keep a check. Ask yourself this question that, okay, am I paying attention here? Am I interested here? Do I want to, or I'm just because I'm bored or whatever, to avoid something, I'm just doing it? If it is a yes, please stop mindless scrolling. We should be using social media for entertainment, not for coping. Because I'm stressed, because I'm bored, because I'm feeling lonely, I'll open this. This is what I have with me all the time. No, that is not a healthy coping at all. You can instead call a friend. That is better than just sharing and receiving random content. Next, social media fasting periodically. We need to do that. I will never suggest that completely delete all the apps, because it will sound very harsh and extreme to you. I'm sure may not be able to digest or accept it. but periodically we must do it. We must take that break from social media. I would say, like, there's no fixed guideline or prescription, but if I were to prescribe, I would say once a month at least. Please take that one entire day off social media. And lastly, please restrict using phone during family time, personal time, right before sleeping, and right after getting up. You can read. I mean, all of us are very tech savvy. There's no need for me to show you researches. Just type this: impact of social media on sleep. That's it. And tell me the number of Google search results you will get. So we all know the negative impact social media has on us. Now it's high time before it reaches, it reaches everywhere. It is high time that we be conscious and then work on it. The bottom line, to conclude, I would say the bottom line is consciousness. We all have so many, like we know so many things which are do's and don'ts in general life. We know it is good to get up early. We know it is good to eat out less. We know it is good to avoid junk food. And we have, we know that losing some weight healthy to be healthy is required, and we do keep uh, looking for material on this, that how to get up early, how to do this, how to do that, but then we don't end up doing it always. So a kind request that all these sessions that has happened today, including this, bottom line is consciousness. You now have some material that you can use later, but then you need to be conscious about why, when, how much, when not, and when to stop. And at any point of time, as sir earlier mentioned, at any point of time you feel that, despite using these tips, it is not helping, I need help, please feel free to reach us or any clinical psychology services. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this enriching our minds. Our last speaker for the evening is Dr. Biswajit De. Dr. Biswajit De is an assistant professor and program coordinator for MPhil program in clinical psychology at the School of Behavioral Sciences, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar. He is an RCI licensed clinical psychologist and specializes in CBT, psychological management of substance and non-substance addiction, child mental health, and related issues. Dr. Day has more than 12 years of clinical research and teaching experience, along with numerous presentations and publications. Sir will be orienting us with his knowledge around the topic psychosocial management of addictions. I now request you to take the dais, sir. There's some technical glitch. Kindly wait for the resumption. Welcome, sir. Sir, I now request you to take the dice.
Thank you, dear volunteer, for introducing me. First of all, I would like to thank all the audience who are present on WebEx and YouTube. Most of you are present since the morning, and thanks for sustaining your attention, motivation, and be with us. I also would like to convey my regard to the chairperson, Dr. Deepti Bhatt ma'am. Yeah, here is my topic. My topic is psychological management of addiction in youth. This is basically an overview. I have planned to give you an overview regarding the management. If you read the title, it is basically addiction. And first of all, I should say addiction is an umbrella term. And in a major way, we can classify addiction in two ways, substance and non-substance addiction. So as already the speakers who have spoken earlier, they have talked very wisely, very good regarding social media. We know this is also coming under addiction, non-substance addiction. Also, we know internet addiction, pornography addiction, mobile game, and many other forms of addiction, gambling. There are several things which are coming one by one in our current, taxonomy. So here I'm not going to discuss about all forms of addiction. Rather, most of the management basically are common in various types of addiction. So we'll focus more upon the addiction. So substance addiction, we'll focus more upon the substance addiction. So as we know, there has been an explosive rise of the prevalence of various types of addiction across the globe, including India. Because there are several psychosocial stressors, there are many psychosocial issues which are coming up, day by day, which keep bothering us from several perspectives. So they basically give rise of these prevalence of substance addiction also, just like other several mental disorders and medical physical disorders also. So these addiction, several types of addiction, do not have only the implications or consequences on our psychological or biological system or our emotional system. They have lots of destructive aspects on our socio-economical system, our culture, and many other, several spheres. So it has when someone suffers from addiction. So addiction has its different layers. So say substance, we can say you might have heard about substance abuse, harmful use, substance dependence, acute intoxication after a good amount of use, heavy intake, heavy ingestion. So management also varies. First of all, we need to acknowledge this because there are different types of management. Basically, we have for several addiction related problems. So and mostly they all have several associated psychiatric problems like anxiety, depression. Many of the speakers have already talked about them. So anxiety and depression are quite common. Social avoidance also has become quite common in the people who are diagnosed with several forms of addiction, irrespective of substance and non-substance in nature. So here I have quoted one study, and though it was done long ago, but quite influential study it was. So Ghosh basically found in 2013 that about 55,000 children. So here children he meant the individuals who were less than 18 years of age. So 55,000 children in India take up smoking, generally hailing from low socioeconomic strata, poor social support, broken homes, victims of deprivation and discrimination. So here are the four major common points we can see that those children, 55,000 children every year basically, they take up smoking usually in nicotine form. So they belong to socioeconomic strata, they belong to poor social support, they came from broken homes and victims of deprivation and discrimination. So these are more social aspects if we look at. So I have listed few major factors which are responsible for the growing prevalence. So if you see psychosocial stressors, so it is itself a spectrum. So there are unending lists of stressors basically we have from our academic point of view, from our occupational point of view, family point, peer group, family, interpersonal, right? Our job. So several spheres of our lives basically keep giving us different stressors. Many of us can handle them, many of us cannot handle them properly, and when they cross threshold then stress reaction happens, right? So many of them then basically come up with taking alcohol, taking different illicit drugs, right? Then taking illicit drugs basically then gradually they become a pattern in our life. Right. When it becomes a pattern, gradually we move towards dependence. Right. So no longer it is harmful use, no longer it is abuse. When it becomes on daily basis, when we are not able to control them, when they start controlling us basically, So we basically have dependence on those the substances or non-substances. Another aspect that is the availability, right? We know it's a business, it's a network. So if you read literature on availability of substances, its network, so you'll find that those substances are synthesized in few labs. They are produced in farmlands in one country. They are circulated or smuggled to another country, right? The people who take in another country, the profit goes to another country. So it's a big network basically. So gradually academic failure, there are several reasons why people why children pupils basically they feel they fail nowadays in academics. So academic failure also in youth basically they lead to academic failure also leads to substance intake. Relationship failure we see in adolescence, late adolescence or early adulthood. Non-congenial family atmosphere where parents are not able to give sufficient time to their adolescents, offsprings or children. Then peer pressure is one of them. There are several other factors also in non-congenial family atmosphere. So it doesn't mean that if parents keep giving time, it doesn't lead to substance intake. The quality time we should talk about. The content, when they talk to the children, right? So there are several other aspects also. Peer pressure, early exposure of substances, right? So these are the major factors currently we have seen in literature. They keep rising the prevalence rates across the country and across the globe also. So here I have listed four major factors which are involved in outcomes of psychosocial management. So whatever management you plan for the children or adolescents, right? So these are the major factors we see they're responsible for the outcome. One definitely is personality, right? In late adolescence, in early adulthood, we see basically if we go by Cloninger's biopsychosocial model, high novelty seeking, for example, is one of the character traits that we find in substance addictions. So if we go by Neo5 model, Costa's Neo5 factor model, we see high neuroticism, high openness to experience, people who are more extrovert in nature, low agreeableness, low conscientiousness. They are very much related to substance intake. So personality is one of the factors. What I mean to basically, what I try to convey, and it has been seen people who have these personality dimensions highly intact in them or highly, available in more severity. So they are very poorly responsive to different management, right? To the drugs, to the psychological, management whatsoever. So they are very poorly responsive, right? And they usually show, very, quick relapse. Genetic loading is one of them, right? If parents of the, or one of the parents of the patient or the, addict, used to have addiction in the history, then it is also one of the poor prognostic factors. Early environment or the current environment, right? Both the environment basically are very directly or proportionally related to the substance intake, the amount and severity of the substance intake, and definitely underlying cognition. Right. Who am I? How can I solve the problem? Will I get help if I, put myself in problem or if I get any problem? So those underlying cognitions and several other dimensions are also there because of the lack of time. I'm not able to tell you all the things. So underlying cognition basically is one of the responsible factors for the outcome overall. People having positive cognition, positive sense of self, and people having negative cognition, negative sense of self, they will differently show the result to the management. So we need to admit this, very clear issue. So here I can come down to the directly management. First of all, we should understand that structured psychotherapeutic format may not always be required. When we talk about the addiction in youth, irrespective of substance and non-substance. So here, structured therapeutic format may not always be required. We do not need to go through literature. We do not need to find out evidence-based approaches. We do not need to take them into a particular, session-to-session approach, right? But if the rest 4 points, if you look at, they can be enough, they can be sufficient to change the intake pattern or reduce the intake pattern of those youth. Say, for example, enhancing quality relationship with parents and peers. So many of the times we find in our practice, in our in a hospital or for mental health, we find adolescents who come with the addiction problem, na, they always have a problem ki they do not have good relationship with the parents or the peers, right? So even if we try to modify or manipulate that area, that can have an enormous impact on the intake pattern. It is one of the areas. Reducing or modifying existing significant stressors. So if you get to know in your history, the stressor is very much significant, explicit, very much observable, identifiable, then definitely we need to reduce or modify that stressor, right? By calling parents, by calling significant friends or relatives in the session, right? Or informing them ki these are the sustaining factors for the alcohol intake or whatever. Right. Youth always has a different type of intake, right? Say the volatile solvent. I should tell you this. So like adults and the youth, they have different intake patterns. So youth basically they do not go for prescribed medications, right? So prescribed, they do not develop addiction on the prescribed drugs. Say for example anti-allergic, say for example cough syrup, or painkillers. So adults, usually females, they develop addiction pattern on the prescribed drugs, where youth basically develops substance, usually volatile solvent, for example, which are readily available. Say for example glue, for example petrol, for example some color, right? So some chemicals. So they develop addiction basically on those substances. So unlike the adults, so they have different types of intake patterns. Providing suitable environment, sociology, social workers, clinical psychologists, psychiatrists, they always prefer to advise providing a suitable environment for the youth, right? It is not only for the youth, even it is for the adults. So having a suitable environment is very much important. Engagement into productive activities. So see, these areas, these points are not very therapeutically used. So it needs hardly 2 to 3 sessions of counseling, hardly. Then also we can see the changes, because many youth or children or early adolescents, they do not always fulfill dependence criteria. As for ICD-10, there are 6 criteria given, so they do not always fulfill all the criteria, but they develop a pattern of harmful use. So these areas, these points can help them out, as these major points. So for the dependence, now if we come to the hardcore dependence, right? For whom substance is inevitable, essential. Without this, they cannot survive, according to them. So for them, here are few techniques basically I have listed, which are very significant, very highly utilized, and for the hardcore addicts. So first of all, we need to see the level of motivation what they have. Do they really want to change themselves? That is the first point. So that is when we talk about structured therapeutic format, the first and foremost rule you have to remember the self-help philosophy and a productive collaboration, a very much productive collaboration between the therapist and the client. So if the collaboration and the relationship is not properly built, or if there is lack of motivation, or the self-help philosophy and the self-help philosophy is not working, if he is being forced to come to the session, for example by the parents, definitely relapse is inevitable or lapse is inevitable. So that is one aspect we need to remember. So enhancing motivation is the first and foremost tool. You need to see the level of motivation what the subject has, or sorry, or the patient has, client or the youth has. So and enhancing it through motivational interviewing. There are many applications available, right? So there are 5 stages of change by Prochaska and Clementi: pre-contemplation, contemplation, action, preparation, action, and maintenance. Then if the maintenance is not there, then the relapse happens. So these stages are very important in a structured therapeutic setup. Decision matrix basically helps them to improve their level of motivation. While basically write down the therapist basically helps the client to understand the positive and negative consequences of taking alcohol or taking whatever substance or non-substance. Therapeutic relationship, which is basically always collaboration based, right? It is not always it is not very guided type. It is collaboration type, right? Third generation CBT basically more focuses upon collaboration type. So dealing with emptiness. So many of the people who fulfill the dependence criteria, many of them have emptiness inside. So it's related to logotherapy. It is related to Viktor Frankl's concept of existential therapy. We see it in patients with borderline personality disorders, and a good amount of patients with borderline personality disorders they develop substance addiction gradually. So dealing with inner emptiness, that the void basically inner void, so is a very important aspect. It's a very important aspect. That concept of self, you need to know why does it feel so? What's the reason of it? So we need to go deep inside when we talk about a structured therapeutic setting. So identification of triggering factors. So do I, go to the nearby alcohol shop when my parents told me, right? When my peers do not, play with me or do not call me at their homes, then do I feel, do I have the craving more at that time? Right? My negative emotions, right? My negative sense of self. So those areas basically, and there is a long list of triggering factors basically. So we need to identify, and there are triggering factors. So that is very important aspect in our structured therapeutic, psychosocial management. Self-confidence, self-efficacy, and self-control. The first two, self-confidence and self-efficacy, the self-confidence part is more psychological aspect, whereas self-efficacy is more a behavioral aspect. Right? Many of you might be knowing the difference between these two, where confidence means what I think about myself. Right? I can do this or I cannot do that. Or self-efficacy means I know that my behavior will bring a change in the environment. Do you understand? That is called self-efficacy. So self-efficacy means it's more of behavioral aspect where my behavior is enough or sufficient to bring a change in the environment, an outcome. So these two can be easily inculcated by assigning different behavioral tasks, behavioral experiments, right? So they like skill training, for example. So they are very much important for building self-confidence and self-efficacy. Confidence and efficacy here means, see, I'm gradually getting confident leaving the alcohol, leaving the cannabis, right? So I self-efficacy means, I know I will not be taking alcohol in forthcoming 15 days or 20 days, and I will see that really I have kept my promise. So last 20 days I have not taken alcohol or any liquor, hard liquor. So self-control is a different dimension in psychology, basically clinical psychology. So I have given few techniques under self-control. Say for example, control of urges. Right. Control of urges is very important. It is again related with triggering factors. It is again related with time. It is again related with some cues. Right. Say for example, a trauma which happened during a evening time. So when the trauma is existing in the patient, then every evening, for example, I may have urge to get relief from that trauma, because evening time basically triggers me to have the that triggers the negative emotion in me, and I need to have alcohol or I need to smoke marijuana, for example, control that urge. So so that control part is very important. That is high risk situation. Coping with sleeps and AVE. Right. Coping with sleeps means these are all related to labs. If you look at AVE means your abstinence violation effect, basically abstinence violation effect. Abstinence violation effect means when the person is maintaining very well. So last 3 months he has not taken alcohol. He has assertively, maintained interpersonal relationship. Though his friends have taken, but he has not taken alcohol. But after 3 months, suddenly on a single day, what happened he doesn't know, but he has taken, say for example, 90 ml of alcohol, right? For example, so that is called lapse, right? You need to differentiate between lapse and relapse. So lapse when there is a single intake after the abstinence period or during the abstinence period, and relapse means when there are frequent lapses, right? Frequent lapses, and when the person reaches to the syndromal level again, when the person again fulfills the dependence criteria, all dependence criteria given in ICD-10. So that is called relapse. So what happens? People who slightly sleep on the in the third month, fourth month, right? Or when they violate the abstinence, then there is a tremendous emotional and psychological impact. How could I do that? How could I take the alcohol? So that excessive self-criticism, leads to again another lapse. So there you need to, as a psychologist, as a clinical psychologist, we need to handle this part very wisely, right? So this AV means abstinence violation effect. So here, stop, look, listen is also another component under self-control. Stop, look, and listen means it helps you to calm down. It helps you to calm down. Stop means, say for example, it is also related to a bit of mindfulness. So stop means, so there are too many thoughts keep going in your mind, right? So there are too many thoughts keep going in your mind. So, and most of them are negative in nature, that can again trigger you for the alcohol intake. So you need to stop your thoughts somehow, right? Then you can listen something very positive, right? Either you can remind your therapist stop, either you can remind your promises, either you can memorize the way you have handled earlier. So that is basically listening. And sorry, looking, stop looking, and the listening is basically listening all the things which you have already told to your therapist or your therapist have suggested. And look means looking the surrounding, right? Reviewing, renewing commitments. So that is another aspect of self-control. So you need to see, say, in borderline people who are, suicidal in nature, people who fulfill borderline personality disorders, criteria of borderline BPD, right? And even OCD. So you need to remember there are three conditions in psychiatry. People who frequently fall in, people frequently show relapse, and there is a failure of medicines and a psychotherapy. One is OCD, second is addiction, and third is your borderline, different forms of PD, personality disorders. So here, the permanent change or improvement, basically sustaining improvement, is many of times lacking, unlike other psychiatric conditions. So here we prepare bond. Here we prepare written documents, when to take, when not to take the substance. There is a concept of minimum use of substance, right? So here we need to review and renew the commitments what I have made to my therapist, right? So if that is itself very much motivating when you are reviewing yourself, that yeah, I have made a promise, a fortnight ago to my therapist that I will be taking, then, and you are really fulfilling it, then really you are doing something very good, which is very motivating in nature, right? Motivating to yourself as an addict, and motivating to a therapist also. Then the distraction, which are many in nature, distraction basically is where you can count backward, where you can use the thought stopping approach, where you can use a rubber band on your wrist, you can pull it and release, then it can temporarily distract you. It is a very old method, not successful in many conditions, and rarely advised nowadays, but still distraction has specific positive impact in some of the conditions. Self monitoring is purely cognitive aspect. Cognitive restructuring, self-monitoring, these are purely cognitive aspects. Whereas the cognitive relaxation strategies, aversive conditioning, and guided affective imagery are purely behavioral aspects, behavioral techniques under psychosocial management. Cognitive self-monitoring means you are monitoring when you are being triggered, right, by your negative emotions. Self-monitoring means when you are monitoring that you are losing hope from the world. You are losing hope from yourself. That is, you are monitoring it. That's where you are monitoring yourself. Self monitoring means you are understanding that you are losing confidence, that you are going insane, crazy. Right. So a person who was, say, for example, a clinical example, a person who used to stay in boarding. So there, he used to take a small amount of, marijuana in every evening. So, and that used to be his pattern. That used to be his pattern. Now when he has come back to home, now imagine what will happen to him. Now it is no longer available. Earlier he used to stay 100 kilometers away of his home. It was available there. Now he has come back to a place where he is not able to find out. So there, definitely, too many negative things, negative thoughts, biological responses will come and keep striking him. So there also, self-monitoring gradually can be introduced when to related to triggering factor and the maintenance. Cognitive restructuring, it is all about the negative cognitions which are responsible for the intake and sustaining of the intake. So this cognitive restructuring is very important, purely cognitive, under purely cognitive behavior therapy. So while reattribution is there, alternative solutions are basically planned, Socratic questionings are there, where we basically dispute the negative cognitive distortions. Gradually bring the positive cognition basically to get relief from the substance intake. So we need to find out all the cognitive errors which are responsible directly to with the substance intake. So next is our relaxation strategies. Relaxation strategies basically there are major two methods. One is body based or physiology based, and another is psychology or mind based. So body based means the best example we can give is the Jacobson progressive muscle relaxation, and mind based or psychology based relaxation is the autogenic training. Autogenic means where you yourself is relaxing, right? You yourself basically is advising yourself or instructing yourself to relax in a particular environment. Whereas JPM are every time you need a therapist, right? So, and there are many other deep breathing may come gradually. So many forms of relaxation strategies are there. So they can help to counter the anxiety, right? People who develop anxiety out of the substance addiction, secondary anxiety, primary to the substance addiction intake, or when addiction is when anxiety is leading to when anxiety is leading to or moving towards the substance intake. So when anxiety is responsible for the substance intake, then we basically use relaxation strategies. Otherwise, it's not of very use. That's the last slide. I need 2 minutes. So aversive conditioning is purely a behavioral method where cognitive sensitization. Many of you who are professionals. Yeah, last slide. 2 minutes. So aversive conditioning is basically a conditioning method under behavior therapy where we use basically those techniques which are aversive in nature. So covert sensitization is a covert technique under this aversive conditioning where we give a pleasant emotion to the patient. Say he is having alcohol very much. He is having alcohol. He is pleasing himself. He is having good, happiness out of alcohol, positive emotions associated with alcohol. Suddenly, we pair a noxious stimulus in the imagination. Say he starts vomiting in front of people. Suddenly, he is arrested by the local police. Suddenly, he is being insulted by the public. Right. So, a negative imagery is basically paired with your positive emotions with alcohol. So that is called cognitive sensitization, which was brought in 1966 by Cortella. So that is still being in use. Guided affective imagery, where therapists basically induce several positive imagery to get out of the addiction, and very much emotion loaded imagery where he finds himself in pleasant emotions, even looking at the alcohol in imagination what is being there. So in imagination the person is front of the alcohol is their front, but he is not basically attracted towards it. Still he is happy without alcohol. So it's a kind of control strategy also. And relapse prevention, you need to find you need to identify different cues, different emotions, different precipitating factors, right? And accordingly, we need to plan relapse, right? The prevention of relapse. So these are a few major psychosocial strategies we use, especially psychological strategies we use for managing addiction, right? So yeah, it's all what I have today, and thank you for your attendance. If you have queries, we are here to respond to you all.
Thank you so much for the exciting session. Now we have some questions coming forward from a very curious and ardent audience. Keeping in mind the paucity of time, only few of them could be addressed with the permission of the chair. So the first question is for Dr. Chirag. Sir, the question is that what can we do to help somebody to reduce the dosage of pills as my last doctor recommended for grief?
Okay. The question is about grief and the treatment given by some of maybe one of doctor. I think when we say grief, usually it does not require treatment by medication. Grief usually kind of healed by social structure, or if it is can be kind of complicated, then therapist can help. So when medication is prescribed, I would say there may be some psychiatric condition involved, maybe depression has been involved in it, so the medication has been given. And if that is the case, so medication is usually given for 4 to 6 months, and then once patient has achieved full remission of symptom, medication is usually get tapered off. So for the answer of this question, I would say that if medication has just started now, just consult the doctor again. He or she must be in a plan to stopping this medication in few months if the case of depression is there, and if it is just a case of grief, I would say medication is not needed. Thank you
so much, sir. Next, we have a question from Miss Rupangi. Ma'am, if we don't agree to be that active on social media, but along with having disadvantages, social media is a powerful tool today, which is used for many purposes. If we will do that, it will somehow will lead to us drifting away from the majority. So how can we handle that?
See, I think I've mentioned that in the slides. Clarify your purpose. We are not saying that do not use social media, but it should not be out of peer pressure. It should not be out of wanting to be in the group. It should be out of your own choice of viewing certain content, utilizing certain content for your whatever short term or long term goal. And it is quite possible, you need to be assertive and firm. You need to know that, okay, this is why I'm using, this is why I'm not, this is how I'll restrict it. So in that case, I feel it is possible.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have another question now for Dr. Dale. Sir, how to handle peer pressure to avoid the addiction?
Say peer pressure is basically inevitable in most of the conditions because peer circle of peers basically they take a good space of our lives, right? So that is one aspect. But yeah, we can control even when we have a concept of what is right, what is wrong, or first of all, assertiveness training is definitely there when we find that there are few members in my peer group circle where they put pressure for the intake. Then assertiveness training can be a helpful choice there. Or even selecting friends is also another aspect. Okay, to whom I should spend more time, to whom I should have the friendship. But yeah, I shouldn't be so deep that he can pressurize me for the intake. So that is how we can have different layers sometimes to have the to reduce the to reduce the chance or probability of the intake. That is one aspect.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request the chair for the session, Dr. Deepti Bhatt ma'am, to conclude the session with her remarks.
Thank you for giving me this chance. This is a wonderful opportunity to communicate with all of the young people who are present here on WebEx and also on YouTube. Uh, this session was really wonderful. Dr. Chirag has explained us really well that how addiction affects our mind, our brain, and our behavior. The biopsychosocial model that he has given us explained us very well the causes of um the addiction, and again the present day's most most common problem, that is internet addiction. And what Miss Rupangi has raised the questions, now I have to see that keep check on my internet use, that whether even I fit into the criteria of the internet addiction or not. So thank you for bringing this into the light, and the questions were really enlightening. And I hope that everyone who is present here can take the message that how harmful the addiction and the internet addiction can be. And uh, Day sir has given us how a therapist and the one of the people who are attending here can really help the people out there who are having a problem with the addiction. Addiction is becoming a huge problem nowadays. We all know that everyone, I mean, we meet many people who, as Dr. Chirag said, are in the control of the substance that they are taking, and we have to help them out. It is our moral duty, not only our profession, to help them and to help them to realize that this is a problem. So this is a great this was a great session. Thank you for inviting me as a chair.
Much, ma'am, for your valuable words. As we have reached the end of the webinar today, I'm sure all of us present here have acquired a share of learnings from this webinar, which
Yeah.
we would be taking forward from here. We have extensively discussed issues pertaining to mental health in young individuals and the blazing issues around them. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the eminent speakers of the sessions. We are fortunate to having heard the words, expertise, and knowledge from all of them, which has left us awe-inspired. Now, I would like to hand over the platform to Ms. Priyanka Samuel, our organizing secretary, for the concluding remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Before Priyanka ma'am, I would like to thank Chirag sir and Deepti ma'am and Ms. Rupangi for this session. So we definitely would have the next collaboration very soon. Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's a great privilege for me to convey a vote of thanks on completion of webinar on mental health in youth, organized by Buddha Psychological Center, NFSU, Gandhinagar. I take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor Padma Shri Dr. Vyas for his constant support and inspiration. I thank Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, Campus Director, NFSU Gandhinagar, Shri C.D. Jadeja for their mentorship and support. I sincerely thank Dr. Smitha Pandey for her invaluable efforts in making this event successful. I thank Dr. C.R. Mukundan for giving his valuable information on awareness for youth mental health. I also thank him for chairing the first session. I thank Dr. Deepti Bhatt for chairing the third session. I thank all the speakers from Hospital for Mental Health, Dr. Chirag Parmar and Dr. Bibin Zakaria, for imparting their valuable inputs about career-related concerns and addictions in youth, respectively. I thank Ms. Pooja Sharmana for enlightening us about interpersonal relationships in youth, and Dr. Smitha Pandey for dealing with problems effectively with mindfulness. I thank Dr. Ravikesh Tripathi for an educative panel discussion on academic well-being, Dr. Bhavya Gehlot for sharing her valuable suggestions over exam anxiety, and Ms. Rupangi Shah for sharing tips about wise use of social media. I thank Dr. Viswajit De for sharing his insights about psychological management of addiction. No event can be successful without teamwork. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to entire organizing team, my colleagues, office clerk, and staff, and technical staff, especially Ashish Zalaji and Jitendra Kumarji. I also thank the students for their love, dedication, and hard work. Last but not least, I am thankful to all the participants for taking interest in mental health in youth. It's a step towards enhancing mental health of young adults. I request you all to stay in touch with us and mail us your questions, concerns, and let us know how we can be of help to you. All participants who require an e-certificate of the event can kindly mail us for such requirement, and we'll be happy to provide the same. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, good health, and a happy life. Thank you all very much.
Yes. And this is very much. Yes, that's a thank you. They have not available.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be now ending the meet.
Thank you, ma'am.